Member of the committee, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, I'll seek your leave for a point of order. My brother and
you are
nominee,
taking the point of order on who? Which matter are you taking the point of?
A member of parliament at that time. We were all members of parliament at that time. And then he comes back to tell us that today he's gone back to that same Ministry of Finance to get accurate data because he's the one going to, lead or chair, lead the ministry. I don't think it is proper. I don't think this is how we should treat ourselves. If for one reason you have found out another data that is maybe contrary to what we presented, definitely there will be explanations. Definitely there will be, reasons why it is so. But to say that consistently we presented wrong data to Parliament consistently for 2 years, Mr. Chairman, this is Ghana. And like my neighbor in Etiwa West said, whatever we say here, the international investors and to have repercussions on this economy. So let's manage what we say. We are not saying don't speak the truth, but you cannot say that consistently for 2 years. Ministry of Finance presented a wrong data here. Mr. Chairman, I expect you to do something about it. Thank you very much.
I will not allow the nominee to answer. That is not a question. It's a commentary. May we proceed? Honorable
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, you have to do something about it because you were a member of parliament at that time, and they are saying that we, members of parliament, watched while wrong data was being presented.
Honorable Patrick Obama, Honorable Abna Asare, you are out of order.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, you have
to do
something. Put your
microphone off. Honorable Patrick Obama, it's now your turn.
Chairman, you have female members on this committee, and I believe you must protect the ladies on the committee, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Abna is your colleague and a female member on the committee, so we must do some. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to ask some questions. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my good friend, Honorable Cathedral for his nomination as Finance Minister Designate. Sometime in 2022, you alluded to the fact that the central bank had printed over 22 billion cedis ostensibly to inject into the economy some funds. I would want to find out from you if you still stand by that comment or those comments, given the fact that the central bank came out with a statement explaining what they did, which was in line with the fund program and also some borrowing from the secondary market. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've not changed my position. Ghana was not in an IMF program in 2022, and it cannot be in line with the IMF program.
I didn't get an answer correctly from my good friend.
Honorable nominee, can you repeat your answer?
Mr. Chairman, he said what the central bank did was in line with an IMF program. Ghana was not in an IMF program, and I stand my position that the central bank indeed engaged in monetary financing, in other words known as money printing.
Much for repeating your answer. Your second question.
Ato, I know Honorable Ato Forson. Sorry for calling you Ato. I'm used to calling you Ato. You are someone who loves to read a debt report. And you've always engaged me on the debt report from the Ministry of Finance. May I know your thoughts on the debt report, particularly 2022? Reading from the previous debt report, the public debt, as it stands now, increases with the depreciation of the cedi. about 90% of the increase in our external debt was due to the cedi's depreciation, which is mainly outside the purview of the central bank or the Ministry of Finance. What are you going to do differently to ensure that exchange rate depreciation do not have a very negative effect on our balance of payments? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Nominee, your answer to the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, yes, this House always considers the debt report. The Finance Committee always considers the debt report. We started raising the red flags and asked the minister to act far back 2020. In fact, we deepened our call in 2021 and asked the government to act immediately. Our major concern at the time had to do with the exclusion of certain lines. ESLA bond, Sino-Hydro loan, Dache bond, and many others. And we said, what they are doing is wrong. And that as long as you are going to use government revenue, public revenue to repay this debt or service the debt, you should count it as part of the debt. So the debt that they were reporting excludes some of this debt that I've mentioned. We were ignored. But in the end, when Ghana went into the IMF program, we were compelled to add Sino-Hydro loan to the public debt. We were compelled to add ESLA bond to the public debt. We were compelled once again to add Dache bond to the public debt. So we came back to the basics. We in the NDC felt vindicated, but we don't seek that. We think it provides a very excellent lesson for all of us in the way we report our debt. Fast forward, that is why the NDC, we've pledged in our manifesto to establish an independent debt management office so that we can report our debt in a very transparent manner to avoid past mistakes and to move on. The exchange rate issues you've mentioned are very genuine and very germane. Yes, as long as you borrow in another country's currency, foreign currency, when the cedi depreciate as against those currencies, because you express it as, in your currency, it will have an impact, and so your debt will be going up. But remember, it's also your responsibility to manage the currency, and it's not someone else's responsibility. And Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, has a role to play in the management. In fact, they have to manage the currency and stabilize the currency. But the Ministry of Finance has a role to play. So the behavior of the fiscal authorities will have some positive or negative transmissions at the monetary side. And so together, we have to do it. When approved as minister, I will work or coordinate effectively with the central bank for us to be able to anchor the cedi together, so that between the Ministry of Finance and the central bank, we can anchor the currency. That must be done. I strongly also believe that monetary finance must be eliminated. We've done it in the past in 2016, and monetary financing has a role to play in the inflation that we saw in 2016, and the cedi that we saw depreciating to a level that you are talking about. So we need to work together and find a way to deal with the concerns that we've raised. I'm committed to that, and we'll work to do that.
Thank you. Minister, this is just a question to the chairman, to the nominee. I know there are some cocoa farmers in and around Ejumako and Yanesiam. Asin area, Denchira, Ashanti, Western North. They are all listening to you. And they would want to know from you as Minister of Finance, because under the previous administration, Cocoa Board was moved from the Ministry of Finance to Ministry of Agric. People had issues with it. They want to know from you, from a cocoa growing area. Whether you are immediately going to increase, as promised, the producer price of cocoa to 6,000 Ghana cedis per bag, as promised. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best, Ato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the chairman of the Producer Price Review Committee is the Minister for Agriculture and not the Minister for Finance. The government changed the position. In fact, President Akufo-Addo brought a bill to the House for us to consider and change it. Until that changes, I will not be the chair of the Producer Price Review Committee for me to commit. But what I can say is that, you know my passion with cocoa. I do not have a cocoa farm myself, but I recognize the work of the cocoa farmer. And I have fondly spoken about cocoa, and everyone knows that. I think the cocoa farmer must be prioritized. One of the reasons why our cocoa is going down is that we are not paying the cocoa farmer a fair price. As a result, there are no incentives for the cocoa farmer to cultivate cocoa. And our volumes are dwindling from almost 1 million metric ton to 400 and something thousand metric ton. Today, we are second largest producer of cocoa. Ecuador is fast approaching, and if care is not taken, Ecuador will overtake us. Cocoa has supported Ghana's economy over the years. I think it's about time that we pay attention to the cocoa sector by giving fair price to the cocoa farmer and revamp the industry. As minister, obviously, as Minister of Finance, when approved, I will work with the Ghana Cocoa Board as a rare sector active player to revitalize the cocoa sector, but at the same time paying attention to what the cocoa farmer gets, because we need to incentivize them, we need to encourage them for them to be able to cultivate the cocoa, and for them to be able to also be encouraged to stay within the sector. Remember, the cocoa industry is more or less the largest single employer of Ghana's economy. And it cuts across how many regions in our country. Almost half of this country produces cocoa. So don't overlook cocoa, and we will not overlook cocoa.
Minister,
thank you very much.
Just to give you some information, that committee, so you have a voice. Right from the word go, you have a voice.
So that even empowers me stronger.
Thank you very much.
And my passion will always come to play.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Governor Kwame Abuja, the Majority Chief Whip.
Chairman, thank you. I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate my boss, the Majority Leader, Honorable Kesel Atoba Forson. Working with you as your whip, I have no doubt you are cut for this job. You are a personality determined to achieve results, and you are selfless, and you love your country. I believe with you in the chair, you will be able to drive, on behalf of the President, the economic reset that we all desire as a people of this country. Chair, I have an observation. I haven't served long enough on this committee, but I have this to say. This is the longest vetting of a leader since I entered Parliament. Though my very good friend, the respected Minority Leader, made the point that there's a convention that leaders are vetted differently. And I was here when even the Deputy Majority Whip at the time, Honorable Lydia Alassan, was vetted. That rule even applied to her as a Deputy Whip. We are approaching 3 hours of vetting. There's a perception that these things only apply when our colleague NPP are at the receiving end, i.e., when they need to benefit, these rules apply. And we on the NDC side follow through. Let this just be on the record that one day, if a leader gets vetted 3 hours, 4 hours, it wouldn't be that, oh, because it's NPP or NDC, but you have actually set the precedent. Let me go to another observation. My very respected leader, I know he knows his numbers, and he actually goes not only read Hansards, but actually watch videos of proceedings in Parliament. And we all learn from him sometimes, though I came to Parliament with him. His premium on details are correct. In his, what I call the press, using this platform for a press conference initially, he spoke about a lot of things. One of the important things he spoke about was the communication from His Excellency the President to this House, where he suggested that at Order 65-1 says that that type of letter should be signed by the President, Vice President, or a minister designated by the President. And he took issues with Dr. Kalisu signing that letter. I have here in my hands a letter dated 21st January 2021. And this letter communicates President Akufo-Addo's nominees for ministerial and regional ministerial designate. And guess what? The person who signed this letter is not even the President's Executive Secretary, but somebody called Honorable Eugene Ahin, Acting Director of Communication, Office of the President. So, whilst I agree with you that, yes, address to the Speaker, the thing says it's all here. I'll hand it over to you. So, what I'm saying is that I agree with him that Order 65-1 should be adhered to. But the point is that this is nothing new in this House. Indeed, the Executive Secretary of the President has communicated this House appointing people to authority under that same thing. So, just for the records. Honorable Dr. Ato Forson, I have just one question for you. And this question is regarding a payment of $53 million towards a supposed Cathedral project, which was a commitment of the former president to his God. As we speak, the $53 million has been paid. The result is a big hole not far from here. We also know that the payment was made through the Ministry of Finance. My question to you is, having knowledge that the $53 million could have paid for 3 completed Agenda 111 district hospitals, could have paid for 1,220 6-unit classroom blocks, could have paid for 1,050 chip compounds, could have paid at least 299,000 teachers, and actually could have bought 9,000 cutlasses for farmers. Will you promise that when you are approved by this House and then subsequently by the House, you would set up an investigation as to whether this payment was legitimate, and if possible, retrieve this money so that we can buy the 9,000 cutlasses for the farmers, actually build 1,050 chip compounds and 1,200 6-unit classroom blocks. Hopefully, Adaklu will get some of the 6-unit classroom blocks because we still have schools under tree. Will you make a commitment to make sure that this $53 million, which many Ghanaians believe was a waste, would become something that can benefit the ordinary people of this country?
Thank you very much. Before you proceed to answer the question, let me reiterate the fact that regarding the form of the communication to Parliament, I indicated quoting a decided case to support. As a matter of fact, it's not about the form but the substance. So let's leave it there. You may proceed to provide an answer to the question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this takes me back to what I started earlier. The quality of expenditure matter. You see, and I've said earlier on that there was the need for us to cut the waste. This is one of the waste that I referred to. And learning from past mistakes, we don't need to repeat this. As to whether we investigate it or not, the Ministry of Finance do not have investigative power. It is the government, and based on the government agenda to investigate. I attend the Office of the Attorney General and the newly established ORA. So, Mr. Chairman, let me put it this way. There are bitter lessons we have to learn from some of these expenditures and what it has done to all of us as a country and what we have gone through together, because in the end, we ended up borrowing, and we borrowed into an unsustainable pit to the extent that we had to give domestic bondholders haircuts, including Euro bondholders. So we have to learn from it. And I've said that we need to identify some of these kind of expenditures. You are now aware of this one, but maybe there are a lot more that we are not aware of. Can we identify some of them? Can we pledge together, the political class, the governing class, not to continue some of these things and allow the private sector to deal with some of these things concerned? So I'll leave that here and urge you that I will work with yourselves to identify some of these wasteful expenditures and cut them appropriately. Let's cut the waste together.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Chairman, my respected colleague Kwame Abuja made reference to an earlier observation made by me in respect of the communication from the Secretary to the President to the House. He did suggest that there is precedence and that in January 2021, specifically 21st of January 2021, a communication from the presidency was signed by Eugene Ahin, Acting Director of Communication, informing the Speaker of some nominees, and that to him is a precedence. I humbly beg to disagree with him on his own evidence. The letter he referred to is rather a press release, not a letter to the Speaker. And for his own record, it's titled "For Immediate Release, President Akufo-Addo's nominees for ministerial and regional ministers designate." The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has submitted to Parliament for prior approval through the Speaker, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, the names of the following persons for appointments as ministers in his new government. So, just for the record, my respected colleague, Eugene Ahin has never written on behalf of the President to the Speaker. This is a press release. And if you want me to read the conclusion, I will. President Akufo-Addo is hopeful that Parliament will see to the prompt approval of his nominees so that they can assist in the delivery of his mandate for his second term in office. This is the press release. And in fact, our colleague, Ufosu Kwachi, as the acting spokesperson for the President, has actually also released a statement in respect of the nominees that got to Parliament. So I'm saying that, get the fact right, Eugene Ahin, for records, never wrote to Parliament. And that was not what I was referring to. I referred to the letter from the Secretary. In any event, I relied on the rules of the House. So please, Eugene never wrote to us, and I did not mislead the public, neither did I quote the wrong law, or neither was I suggesting that there was no such precedent and that this is something that, I got wrong. I couldn't have gotten it wrong, with respect, sir.
Yes,
These are the points were noted. Do you have a further question?
Yes, I think I was just reinforcing the point he made because the orders are clear that such communication should be signed by the President, the Vice President, and I agree with you. So I'm just saying that because I know that the, President's Executive Secretary have communicated to this House on a number of occasions, but as the Chair directed, we'll leave it there. Leader, the people of Adaklu, about the debt of this country. We have heard you say sometimes if we were to share the debt, my Auntie Peace, would have to pay 20,000 Ghana cedi as part of our debt. But so far, I've not heard you speak about, in your view, going through the transition. How much does this country owe now? What was it in 2016? And what is it now? And how much my auntie is supposed to pay? If we're asked to pay that money, everybody is supposed to pay today.
Thank you very much for your question. How much do we owe now? What was it in 2016?
Mr. Chairman,
please go ahead with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, the NDR debt numbers has not been finalized. And I would wish to wait for us to finalize NDR numbers. And then as part of the budget, we can announce same. And maybe His Excellency the President, during his State of the Nation address, will have to announce those accurate data. For now, I will urge that we wait until they finalize NDR numbers because the fiscal fits into the debt, and so we'll be able to know exactly what is Ghana's public debt. I don't want to say something and change my position tomorrow, so I beg that you leave that to the NDR numbers. Thank you.
Honorable, it's not the turn of the Deputy Leader, Honorable Patricia Apiaji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Leader, that's my favorite leader. Having been here for all this while, I've been wondering how many sins this committee has committed to fast-track your vetting today. I've been wondering how many sins we have committed, and I've been wondering whether Ghana, Banana Republic, has been transported back to Ghana. So that's my first question.
Should I treat it as a comment or a question to the nominee?
I've been wondering, and I need an answer from my leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I remember enumerating the number of sins she's committed as the vice chair of our appointment committee. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a member of the appointment committee. I cannot be too sure the sins they have committed. That one is between you and your God.
I think you mean you don't know the sins we've committed as a committee for fast-tracking your vetting today, a vetting that was supposed to be held tomorrow and is being held today? And we were even expecting it to be held in the next 2 weeks. Anyway, I like your answer. Honorable Leader, on behalf of the cocoa farmers across the country, and on my own behalf, I'd like to congratulate you for your appointment as the Minister Designate for Finance. Honorable Leader, the current cocoa price, producer price of cocoa, is 49,600 per ton. That is 3,100 for 64 kg bag. Over the past 1 year.
Are you talking in terms of dollars or cedis?
Cedis,
I want to be clear.
Over the past 1 year, you've been advocating for higher producer price for our cocoa farmers. And you know they are very happy that given the nod, you are going to be on the seat. should you get the nod from this House, what reasonable and fair producer price must our cocoa farmers expect from the new administration? And when will this review take place? I would like to mention specifically the figure you mentioned, 6,000 per bag of cocoa. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, without a doubt, I'm a biggest advocate for cocoa farmers. I've done that in the last 8 years, and I've fought for the cocoa farmer, year in, year out. I will not change that. I will work to improve the lot of the cocoa farmer, recognizing their contribution to the economy, recognizing that the cocoa sector has been the mainstay of Ghana's economy for years. My concern, and I've always raised these concerns, has to do with the fact that the sector is collapsing and dwindling at a very fast rate, in fact, at an exponential rate. I think we need to do something, including the farm gate price and revamping the sector itself. I've said that the ministry, the Ghana Cocoa Board, is currently under the Ministry of Agriculture. It is not under the Ministry of Finance, unless there's a policy change. But let me speak to what is before us now. It is not under the Ministry of Finance. So I do not have the sole power, prerogative, to announce cocoa price today. But obviously, as a minister, I'll be the champion for cocoa farmers, and I'll make sure that they get a fair price. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, this will be a follow-up because I remember vividly on the floor of Parliament, the minister indicated that he is going to advocate for 6,000 a bag for cocoa farmers. And I'm surprised that you are now saying that it doesn't lie within your sole prerogative to do that. You were emphatic to do that. So should we demand that from you, that farmers are listening?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I don't think this is one of the sins that I enumerated, but I said I will advocate, and I've said that I will not change my position. I can't suddenly change.
Thank you very much. Another question, please.
Right. Thank you very much. Honorable Member, with the growing population of young people entering the workforce each year, what is your plan to address youth unemployment? And may I continue by asking if you find any specific programs to support entrepreneurship, skills training, or expansion of industries that have high job creation potential? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any program to support entrepreneurship
Chairman,
and innovation?
As a government, our job creation measures have been announced as part of our manifesto. As a minister, my responsibility is to mobilize the needed resources. In consultation with Cabinet, I will have to allocate them effectively to the sectors that will create employment and for them to be able to create jobs. When we talk about jobs, Mr. Chairman, and what you said, we've announced our 24-hour economy. And I strongly believe that Ghana has the huge potential of increasing our GDP with the same resources and the same human resource. That in itself will create enough jobs. Jobs that will be able to cater for our teeming youth. But in the meantime, what you said about skill training and all, His Excellency the President, President Mahama, and the manifesto of the NDC has not minced words on this. We are going to set up a structure to train skills, give them, allocate the needed resources to them. And as I've said, that is my role as a minister responsible for finance. So we'll locate the revenue, the resources to them for them to be able to. Then I will mobilize the resources and be able to allocate them effectively and efficiently.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions?
Yes, I'm very much interested in your answer to my last question. But I'm looking at the development of women. Really interested in your manifesto promise to set up a women development bank. And then free tertiary education. And I know all these things are going to be of a prime benefit for our ladies or our women in the country. With a proposed reduction in taxes, is fiscal consolidation a priority in the near term, taking into account government's manifesto? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Thank you. Chairman, fiscal consolidation is, but we will front load it. We will front load it carefully. At the same time, we'll signal to the investor community strongly that fiscal consolidation is not only a priority, but we will front load it in a way, at the same time, not ignoring the impact on growth and protecting the vulnerable. So that, I can assure you, it is a priority. We have an option to rationalize some of these expenditures. And so it's a matter of switching and rationalizing. So it doesn't mean the flagship we've announced as part of our manifesto does not mean we are going to increase expenditure. That is not what it means. It's a priority of government, and we'll do just that.
Thank you for your answer. Any more questions?
Yes, I will have my last contribution.
Question or contribution?
Question, a follow-up question to the statement made or the question put in by Dr. Boakum. Honorable, you agree that data for end of year usually is validated on the first quarter of the ensuing year. So all data presented during the budget reading in November are provisional. How then do you say that data presented in 2017 and 2018, knowing that they are provisional, you term it as inaccurate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. What did you say? Those data is provisional, though,
Mr.
but
Chairman,
inaccurate.
that is exactly my point. The Honorable Gideon Boakon made reference to a particular data point and said that I was inaccurate. I had said this in 2019, and I said it at the time that the government had published accurate data. I said it at the time that the IMF, at the time, and remember, Ghana was in an IMF program, had gone to their board to present to their board end-year final numbers. Mr. Chairman, I did not lie. I said what I believe was the fact. In fact, subsequent data from the Ministry of Finance has confirmed that I was overly generous, and then the fiscal data was even below what I had announced. I had announced 7.8, and that they had revised it downwards to 6.3. Chairman, I did not cook these numbers. This was given to me by the Ministry of Finance this morning. And so this is what I mean. Data, obviously, is maybe preliminary until finally determined at the end of the year. And that's why I've been careful not to announce any end-year numbers. But that is what it is. And you know, in Parliament, you have to debate. You have to debate data, and you debate that appropriately.
Thank you very much. The question well answered. Any more questions? We will now...
Just to wish the honorable member, my favorite friend, Very well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Gideon Buako, you are not even a member of the committee. So why are you raising your hand? It appears I'm overindulging you. No. Honorable Boa, your turn.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Chairman,
Thank you very much.
Chairman, with respect.
Chairman, let me say that
Chairman,
you have.
with the greatest respect.
Chairman,
No, don't.
Chairman,
I need to come in on this.
But the chairman has recognized me unless he changes his mind.
Honorable Minority Leader, I recognize Honorable Boa.
Chairman, I'm in for a point of
Thank you,
order. Chairman,
Thank you, Chairman.
point of order.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, let's deal with this before.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, let's deal with this.
Honorable Afenyomakin,
Chairman, let's
you
deal
have
with
to
this.
respect
Chairman,
the chair.
let's deal with this before we proceed.
Respect the chair.
Chairman, let's deal with
Please
this. Please
respect the chair.
Leader, I have recognized
Chairman,
Amaboa.
and I have noted
Thereafter,
that.
I can give you the floor.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I have recognized Honorable Amaboa, the Deputy Majority Leader. I will give you the floor thereafter.
Chairman, with the greatest respect.
Chairman, let me go ahead.
Chairman, with the greatest respect.
Honorable Kesel,
Chairman, with the greatest respect to you.
Congratulations.
Please, let's deal with this
Very,
thing
very proud
so
of you.
that after that.
We entered
You consistently raise your voice
2009.
on my colleagues. Mr. Chairman, you consistently raise your voice on my colleagues. The way you address them,
Afenyo, please
the way you address my colleagues
respect the chair.
does
Please
not
respect the chair.
go in
Respect
accord.
the chair.
Does not go in accord with what we all have agreed on, to extend to each other that this is my fourth time of humbly pleading with you and craving your indulgence. I understand that you may have a high-pitched voice. However, I will plead with you. The way you came across as shouting on him, it happened in Honorable Abina Osaya Sari. You did it to Honorable Samia Wuku. And it's happening. I'm only pleading with you that in all humility, please, perhaps you did not intend that. And I'm here. If you feel that any of my colleagues is doing something or there's something that is not acceptable, we can work together. But the way
Very well.
You did it, I'm pleading with you.
Point
Sir.
well made.
Please, Chair.
But, Honorable Leader, with all due respect, I indulge non-members of the committee to ask a question contrary to the practice and the procedure of this particular committee. Therefore, I do not expect any non-member, after exhausting that right, to be craving to ask more questions. I think we should conduct the business in a very orderly manner. So, Honorable Amaboa, your turn.
Chairman, let me say that the only reason why I yielded to Honorable Afenyomakin is not because he's macho than anybody here, but because I respect this parliament and I respect the chair.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, proceed to ask your question.
I respect the chair.
Proceed to ask
Chairman,
your question.
I'm going to ask my question. Let me put it on record that, Chairman, you've been very kind to the minority today. And I've been here for a long time. And, Chairman, this extension of courtesies never happened when we were in the minority under the former chairman of the appointment committee, Honorable Ose Owusu. It never happened. And we have to make it clear that you are the only chairman that can allow anybody to speak. Honorable Afenyomakin is the ranking member, but you have to give him the right to speak. Anyway, congratulations, Honorable Kesel Atufosin. I entered Parliament with you in 2009. I know that we were about 42 on our side, and then the other side also had a number. We were all together about 92. Today, after 16 years, well, we are only 4 left. That speaks volumes about the attrition of Parliament. But I am very, very, very proud of you. So if I say I know you very well, I know you very well. You are a man of complete integrity, and you speak with data and facts. And I am very, very confident that that's exactly what you do. I'm very proud of your performance today, and I think you've calmed the nerves of the people of Ghana and given them the assurance that you are going to really the finance ministry to success. So my respected leader, I must also congratulate you on behalf of our colleague. You, as minority leader, will be remembered as the leader that in the last 2 years led the minority from 137 to 188 seats. Congratulations. So I'll go straight to my question. Ghana's economy, Honorable, is grappling with serious challenges. I think you've talked a lot about them. There to the GDP issues, inflation, and high unemployment. And so my question is, as the Minister of Finance, what will be your top priorities to address these challenges?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, let me also thank His Excellency the President for the honor done me, and my party, the NDC, again, for giving me such an opportunity to serve Ghana in such a high position, in a position of trust. I come to this position very well prepared. I have 16 years experience in public service after some years in the private sector. The Chairman, in politics, you are aware that I've served, one as a Deputy Minister of Finance, and on the side when my minority spokesperson for 6 years. During this period, I have carefully studied the trends of Ghana's economy and monitored the behavior of how our economy behaves. I think I'm in a better place to move our country from this uncharted waters to a calm place. I'm determined. I'll do that for God and country. I do not think I have a room to misbehave. I've said so much in opposition. I'm minded by some of the things that I've said, and I cannot say one thing and go and do the other. Whatever it takes, I will be reminded and remember some of the things that I've said. And the criticisms, constructively. And I urge my colleagues also to do the same. I will do whatever it takes to move this economy from the crisis that we are in today to where we have to be. My priority as a minister will be low prices, stable city, and jobs. Prices in the sense that today inflation is 28.3, inflation is 27.8, and we know the inflation we see today is largely driven with food inflation. What do we do? As minister, I will allocate resources in consultation with cabinet to government policy of agriculture for economic transformation to make food cheaper. And we'll work with the minister responsible for agric to make food cheaper. That in itself will help make food available and protect food security. From the price side, you can't talk about price without inflation. I mean, inflation needs to be tamed. It has been stubborn. I've said it earlier. It has, in the last 8 months, you can see that we are still seeing some uptick, even though not too steep. But it has been 23.8. Today, that's the inflation rate. What do we do together to reduce this inflation? Yes, I've said it here and I want to say it again. We will work with the Bank of Ghana to reduce inflation to 8% plus or minus 2 in the shortest possible time. And how do we do this? From the fiscal side, we will front-load fiscal consolidation. in the shortest possible time so that we can get inflation down. And in doing so, we'll see prices stabilizing. The city needs to be anchored and has to be anchored from the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana. You can't leave the Bank of Ghana alone to anchor the city. The fiscal authorities has a role to play. I'll work with them. I will work and coordinate effectively with the central bank, the monetary authorities, so that together we can anchor the currency. Monetary financing must be eliminated, and we'll work to eliminate it. I'm on record to have spoken against monetary financing. My position has not changed. It's economist, and it still remains economist. And I will do exactly what it is to make sure we anchor the currency. On jobs, I've said it all. I've said it here that my responsibility as a minister responsible for finance is to raise the required revenue and to allocate it in consultation with cabinet to sectors that will create the jobs. And so we will do just that. And I want to repeat that. These are my priorities as a minister, and we'll work to achieve that in the shortest possible time. I want to be remembered as the one who helped to reduce prices and stabilize the currency and create jobs. That is what I ask God to help me to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Shama, can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked a lot about the cost of living crisis, food inflation. Obviously, you can only do this with other sectors, other ministries, to address these, what we call the inefficiencies in the agriculture value chain. Can you outline some of the strategies that you do, working with other structures to address these inefficiencies in the agriculture value chain?
Honorable nominee, your answer, please.
Mr. Chairman, my passion is agric and agribusiness. And that's why I'm sure you've seen questions coming from Coco, left, right, and center. Why is it that food inflation is 27.8? I think it speaks volume. It speaks volume. And what are the staples? Ghana staples. Why are we not taking hard decision to invest in the agriculture sector? I think the time has come for us to pay attention to agriculture sector. I will wait for the nomination of the minister responsible for agriculture and his subsequent approval. I hope to work with the minister concerned, and we will work together to implement the government policy to make food cheaper. We have to mechanize agriculture. We have to improve and enhance productivity, and we have to modernize the agri sector and make it encouraging for young people to enter the sector. And in the process, you cannot ignore agribusiness. As I've said, that's my passion, and I intend to work with the minister responsible for agriculture to ensure food security and cheaper foods.
Honorable Minister, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Any more questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. I may allow questions from the ranking member, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Martins. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. Honorable Deputy Ranking and Minority. Ranking Member and Minority Leader.
class to take inspiration from this. Patience and industry is a rule. And do your best. And when it gets your turn, you will be honored. Don't punch above your weight, else you get crushed. Having said this, I shall proceed with some few questions. In your earlier submission, you had said that you will not hurt the vulnerable. And if I quote you further, you also said that I am from a rural constituency. Therefore, I will champion policies that would benefit the poor. Currently, we have some social intervention programs rolling. One, free SHS, boarding, free, tuition, free, feeding, free. Would you sustain the free SHS program in its current form and shape, and even improve upon the quality? Thank you.
Thank you very much, nominee, your answer to the question, whether you will sustain and improve upon the free senior high school program.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, myself and the minority leader has a history. We plan to enter this chamber together. Unfortunately, in his first attempt, he couldn't make it, and I made it. Mr. Chairman, he lost that primaries, and I won. And today, I'm one term older than him. Mr. Chairman, I'm his senior. He's older than me just 4 months, same year. We are 2 constituencies apart. We used to do private sector business even before we all entered here, and we've known ourselves growing up. Everyone knows the relationship between us. But working with him didn't stop me from doing my work, and it didn't stop him from also doing his work. And so, to add to colleagues, we may have relationships, but it should not stop you from doing your work. You should work for God and country, and you have to do it with the best of intention to help our country grow. We did just that. We've had a moment. We fought. We united ourselves. Today, the tables have turned. He's now the minority leader. Kwamina, learn from me and be good. Be good.
That's a good one.
Be good. Be good. Mr. Chairman, I want to say this. My party's position on free senior high school has been well articulated by His Excellency the President. We do not intend to cancel the free SHS. In fact, President Mahama has said that the free SHS has come to stay. I don't think you need any further assurance. The President of the Republic of Ghana has made this statement. Who am I? As a minister that he has appointed. So you have the assurance from the highest level of government to preserve the policy. I don't think I have what it takes to give you additional assurance. It's done. And he will be coming to this house as part of his State of the Nation address. I'm sure he will re-echo that position. I'm only a servant. My responsibility, if approved, will be to allocate resources to his priorities, or to the priorities of the government. And I'll do that. So, my brother and my friend, be assured that free SHS has come to stay. And if there's anything, we'll come to this house for us to work together. But the President has said it. The budget will be presented to this house for us to peruse, consider it, and approve it. So let's not jump the gun, but I'm sure you are very sure you are very much aware of what His Excellency, his pronouncement in the last few years.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Chairman, I would like to know from our leader, as the holder of the purse, whether the school feeding program will be sustained.
Thank you very much. School feeding program.
Mr. Chairman, I said earlier that I come from a rural constituency, and I know the impact of school feeding program. My concern is that the amount you give today per child as the cost you pay to the caterer is not enough to pay to feed the child well. In fact, it is not enough even to buy egg. That's what it is. It's not enough to buy egg. And so we will not only sustain it, but we'll make it better. We will make it better. Because as I've said, our policies will be designed in such a way that those strong will preserve growth and protect the vulnerable. The vulnerable is what we are talking about. Remember, the school feeding is not in Achimota. It's not in Achimota school. It's somewhere in the village. And for them, this 1 square meal or twice is enough.
Right. So Chairman, just for clarity and for the records, the caterers out there listening to you should take it that the current amount being paid to them is going to increase once you take over. With that assurance, what percentage should they expect? 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%? Because you say that the amount being paid is woefully inadequate. You didn't just say inadequate, you say woefully inadequate. So please let the caterers know, as the holder of the purse, the percentage you are going to increase their costs.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much. But
Chairman,
before you provide your answer,
the minority leader is putting words in my mouth.
yes, but before you provide your answer, can you state how much is it now? Well,
Mr. Chairman, I never said we are going to increase it. I never used that word. I said that we will sustain it and improve on it, and made reference to the amount we pay and said it's not enough, because I've heard the caterers complain. So, Chairman, this is a house of records. Whatever we say here goes into the Hansard. I never said that. And so, Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much.
You don't just increase. You need to engage. And so it will be difficult for me to sit here and just announce. I don't work like that, arbitrary. What is the basis of just announcing 20%? I don't work like that. I'm a careful person. So I cannot announce things that I don't know.
Chairman, the honorable nominee said that he's aware that the caterers have been complaining. That is a fact that is coming from him. 2, he says that they are not being paid enough, considering even the cost of an egg. He referred to that. And he's going to improve upon it. Now, what is the definition of improvement? This is a matter of cost. If you say the amount is not enough, even the cost of an egg, and looking at how much they are being paid. So obviously, you are suggesting to them that you are going to increase the amount they are being paid. And if you cannot give us a percentage, that's fine. I won't push. But I want you to be on record that upon assumption of office, the caterers should expect an increase in the amount being paid as compared to the current payment they are receiving. Just for the record.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, I think from your answer, the indication is clear that the amount is woefully inadequate and it will be improved. He attests to the fact that sitting there, you will not be able to indicate the percentage improvement. So the answer is already per the record.
Mr. Chairman, just to also add that we have to first pay the caterers, because I know not long ago, last week, they were picketing and demanding their payment. And so the first attention is to make sure you pay them, the caterers, because some of them had to borrow before they engage in such a business. So let's pay them first and sit with them. I don't know the quantum of arrest. We need to know the arrest, the amount of money the government of Ghana owes these caterers. We ascertain it, pay them, make them happy, and then we'll move on.
Mr. Chair, as for this, I know it as a fact. So I will give a voluntary answer. Honorable leader and my respected colleague, government paid all caterers, and I want you to quote me. The last term, it's only this term that is, which has just begun, that government does not owe, that perhaps government owes, because the term would have to end. But I want you to know that I am aware that government paid all outstandings to caterers. The MPP government, at the time of leaving office, had paid every single caterer. Every single caterer was paid. There is no outstanding. And that it is this current term which has just begun, that upon completion, they will send their invoices for validation. So just for the records, that, and I pray that with assurance that there's going to be improvement in the amount being paid. You are saying that you won't use the word increase, but you will use the word improvement. Well, it means the same. So they expect that this current term, God willing, as you take over as a fresh ATO, they are going to enjoy an improved payment. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, having put that on record, let me go back to the issue of cocoa price per bag. In an earlier response to questions that came from the floor, my respected colleague indicated that, well, the cocoa sector is under the Ministry of Agri, and that if there is any policy realignment, he will look at it. He also indicated that he's a key advocate for cocoa farmers. He did also indicate that he would advocate for the cocoa farmer. Now, the issue is beyond advocacy. You are now the man in charge of the press, and you know the pressure on cocoa farmers. The 6,000 Ghana cedi per bag that you committed, would it be your benchmark in your advocacy and eventual decision for the cocoa farmer? Because they are listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader. You may ask another question.
Mr. Chairman, cocoa money does not come to the the consolidated fund. Cocoa money is outside the consolidated fund. It stays with the Ghana Cocoa Board. Ghana Cocoa Board uses this money part to buy cocoa, part to buy fertilizers and other inputs. I don't know what Cocoa Board is leaving behind. I don't know the extent of arrests they are leaving behind. I don't know the extent of debt that the Ghana Cocoa Board is leaving behind. I will not do this committee any good if I sit here and announce cocoa price. But as I've said, I remain a key advocate for the cocoa farmer. I will do so. with the best of intention for the cocoa farmer. I recognize their sacrifices. I've spoke for them in the last 8 years, and I will continue to speak for the cocoa farmer. That I can assure you. But let's get to the cocoa board first and see what they have to do. I still maintain that the price they are paying the cocoa farmer is inadequate. I maintain that it's inadequate.
Thank you.
And there is more room for improvement.
Thank you. Further question?
Chairman, is a nominee conceding that the 6,000 per bag he quoted on the floor of the House was a mere political statement?
Mr. Chairman, the 6,000 Ghana cedi per bag should have been paid in the last crop year. Mr. Chairman, I say this because Cocoa Board is gradually turning themselves into a procurement agent just to procure inputs and denying the cocoa farmer. So they could have adjusted their formula to benefit the cocoa farmer. Very soon, the minister responsible for agric will be in place. I commit to work with him to give the cocoa farmer a fair price. And I believe the cocoa farmer deserves a fair price. And I know His Excellency the former president quoted me previously that I had said the cocoa farmer deserves 6,100. I'm not running away from that fact. I said it on the floor, and I backed it with the world market price in the city at the time, and still maintain that the cocoa farmer deserves 6,100. I've not run away from that position.
Thank you. You've been consistent in your answer on this. Any further question?
Rightly so, sir. Chairman, the nominee is being vetted
between the Ministry of Finance and the National Development Planning Commission. Will accordingly do so.
Very much. More question?
Chairman, the instrument titled the Executive Instrument EI1, Civil Service Instrument 2025, dated the 9th of January 2025, state the following: Ministries of the Civil Service. The following ministries in the civil service are hereby established. A, Ministry of Finance. If you go to the unreferenced letter from the Office of the President, signed by Callistius Mahama, PhD. No, he put Callistius Mahama, PhD. My colleagues like to heckle me. When I give them a small dose, then they will be crying. Anyway, signed by Callistius Mahama, PhD, Secretary to the President. Which letter? The unreferenced letter, dated the 9th of January 2025, states as follows: in accordance with Article 78(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, I hereby, on behalf of His Excellency John Mahama, submit for consideration and approval of Parliament the following nominees for ministerial appointment. 1. Dr. Cathedral Atoba Forson, MP, Minister Designate, Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. I'm staying a bit longer on this because the instrument is dated 9th. The letter, communication to us, is also dated 9th. Which is which?
Honorable nominee, before you come in, leader, you know that the EI will take precedence over the letter.
Chairman, does that mean that we should put the nominees' vetting on hold and expect the presidency to communicate the correct designation to us, because what you are saying, which I agree, that the instrument which comes under constitutional provision, Article 11, if we go to Article 11, for the avoidance of doubt, may we go to Article 11 of the Constitution, the hierarchy of laws. Give me your Constitution. You didn't bring it. No, but there are instruments. No, they don't need to be. 11.7. Any other order or regulation made by a person or authority under the power conferred by this constitution or any other law shall be, Mr. Chair, I agree therefore that the instrument takes precedence over the letter. If that is so, I believe that the right thing to do will then be that we receive another communication from the presidency stating the correct office you are going to hold, because that contradiction can only be cured by a letter. In any event, the instrument is not formally before the House. You see, we are concerned because we thought the NDC, having had an experience in government before, was fully prepared for this term. So with 8 quality men and women in charge of governance, we were expecting this to have been done. But I will not hold back your vetting. I am bringing this to attention of Chair to ferry these concerns to the presidency so that we get a new letter. And I pray that that letter comes before we take the report on the floor. That said, let me move to my next question.
Honorable Leader, I pleaded with you that let's concentrate on the substance, but not the form. Before you proceed, I recognize the chief whip.
Chairman, I sympathize with the minority leader. He raised this point earlier, and you rightly said, our committee had a pre-sitting meeting. All these issues were taken into consideration, and we came to a conclusion that we will do the vetting today. And I mean, we all commended them for this kindness. So going to bring back this thing and suggesting that somebody should have known something, I think these were the issues we discussed. Otherwise, what is the point of having pre-sitting meetings and then to decide on the path to take? And then in the public, we are making it look as if these issues were not addressed. So I'm pleading with you. You have your right as the leader of the opposition to bring forth your point. But you are taking us back a bit, and unfortunately, the majority of the people watching us did not benefit from the pre-meeting arrangement. So I'm pleading with you once again. I just want to remind you once again, the shortest vetting we've had in this parliament since I entered was the vetting of Honorable Che Mensah Bonsu, leader of the majority, leader of the House. The shortest. The opposite happening today is the longest. Just that on record again. And you were the one who actually brought this up and reminded us. And you are participating in the longest ever vetting. As for Parliament and Ghana, it will continue to exist. We just hope one day nobody will insist. We insist that vetting of another leader should be the shortest.
Mr. Chairman, the shortest vetting we've ever had was with Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Backbin. Let the records be perused. It's not Chairman Sabonsu, so you check it. That said, I do not want to believe that Honorable Member Governor Abuja is trying to frustrate the process here. Fortunately, Honorable Roxanne Eche Defiamapo is right here with us. We have had him on record, including Honorable Governor Abuja, interrogating phrases used, sentences used, grammar, and paragraphs contained in a letter from Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo to the House. So please, if I'm just clarifying, just for the record, and don't, unduly come in. I beg you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's make progress.
So
the point well noted. So proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, we assume without any doubt that the president has serious confidence in you, your capacity to help finance his flagship projects, and obviously values your insight and contributions in crafting policy. May you share with us if there is any planning and modeling to guide the development of the 24-hour economy policy.
Mr. Chairman, His Excellency the President has appointed the Honorable Guzitando as the Special Advisor for 24 Hours Economy. His office, prior to his nomination, have worked extensively on a policy, a 24-hour economic policy. In the coming days, we will make those policies public, working with the Ministry of Finance. When approved, we'll work with them to implement the 24-hour economy. But as I've said earlier, I strongly believe that we can increase our GDP or double our GDP with the same capital and the same resources, with the same labor. I think it is up to us to work closely with the Office of the Special Advisor to the President of the 24-hour economy and this House, so that together we can twerk it. Look, let me say that if Ghana succeeds, we all succeed. And so we'll have to work together. I don't have the full details of the work they've done. And as I said, the work didn't just start. They've been working in the last 2 years to develop a program towards this 24-hour economy agenda. No wonder the Honorable Guzitando was nominated to lead it, because he has been leading it since opposition. Thank you.
So, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Chairman, so just for the ordinary Ghanaian, what is a 24-hour economy? Just for the ordinary Ghanaian to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He needs an explanation of 24-hour economy from you.
Mr. Chairman, simple put, the 24-hour economy is an economy where the rare sectors of the economy doesn't sleep. The rare sectors of the economy doesn't sleep. For example, we have a mining sector, don't we? We want to see where the mining sector does not sleep, as against a situation where the mining sector, for example, does 12 hours and go to bed. The benefits of light electricity, they should be able to work 24 hours. And many other sectors. You have the hydrocarbon sector. You have the entire agriculture value chain. It's not just going to farm, but after farm, the produce must go to a warehouse. And you have to, obviously, process it into agribusiness. And so we don't want the value chain to go to sleep. We believe that if implemented properly, we'll be able to increase the workforce. And we've said, just like we have now, can end up employing 3. So 24-hour economy is a structure where we'll end up implementing a 3 shift for the economy going forward, bring out productivity.
With the explanation of 24-hour economy.
Chairman, stay out of this matter. Honorable nominee, are you suggesting, therefore, that the structure of our economy as it stands now has no such input as 24-hour economy already subsisting?
There's some semblance of 24-hour.
Please, go ahead with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I think if you talk about the rest sector, no. You see, the rest sector are the core sectors of the economy that drives inclusive growth, proper growth, and create jobs. You have health, where hospitals operate 24 hours. You have the police, some police stations, work 24 hours and all, some restaurants and all. But that's not what we are talking about. That's not what we're talking about. We are talking of the real sector, where jobs are created. For example, we have Takrady Port, my birthplace, where I grew up, secondary Takrady Port. And you have mines, where you used to work, the Awaso area. Going all the way to Yini. With a proper railway line, you can get the Yini mines to produce bauxite within the same 24 hours as what has been produced. You can haul it to Takrady Port and ship them or process it. The whole process is what we are talking about, 24-hour economy. So it's the rail that we are talking about. Investment in the rail sector, deliberate government policy targeting the rail sector, where you can use the 24-hour economic policy to drive growth. That's what we are talking about, not chop bars. We are not talking of chop bars. We are not talking of pharmacy shop. That's not what we are talking about, rail sector growth.
So are you therefore saying that you've done some costing, and having done some costing, you have an approach in terms of this model? Because from your answer, you are suggesting that you are going to target certain sectors. And if you are targeting these sectors and you really want to fuel economic growth, it means that you need to inject some funding. So let us know what funding arrangement you have in place to back this policy.
Mr. Chairman, to the President, responsible for 24-hour economy. I know they're almost done, and because the work started 2 years ago when we were in opposition. Today he's in office. He will need to tweak it and present same to Parliament. Obviously, what will be presented to Parliament will come from either the Ministry of Finance together with the Ministry of Trade. So let's wait for that. The President has appointed someone responsible for 24-hour economy. Let's wait for the person to provide us a proper blueprint, then we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Any further question, Leader?
Yes, please.
Chairman. You have a long way to go.
Chairman, we have a 10 billion public infrastructure investment plan proposed by the NDC. At the same time, the NDC in government seeks to introduce the sinking fund and cap government borrowing. This is a manifesto promise. First, I want to know whether you pledge your support for this manifesto promise. And if so, walk us through the numbers and demonstrate how it fits into the IMF framework for 2025 to 2028.
Mr. Chairman, I subscribe to the tenets of our manifesto because I was part in formulating that manifesto. Mr. Chairman, yes, we promised to set up a sinking fund. It's necessary. It is required. If we had single fund today, I wouldn't be sitting here lamenting that there are debts that will fall due, yet we do not have buffers. We need to establish that sinking fund. We've done it in the past, and we'll do it again. I've said that it is only right for you to save during good times to take off bad times. So we'll save when it's good, and when it's bad, we'll have buffers to be able to deal with the challenges. There's the need for us to cap borrowing. We have to cap borrowing. You can't borrow into an unsustainable pit. We've seen it in the past. Can we continue the same way? Can we continue giving bondholders haircuts? No. You know the consequences of the haircuts that we went through. The banking sector today is limping, and we'll have to borrow to support the banking sector as a result of the haircuts that the country went through. And many others. Pensioners have to suffer. Individual bondholders have to lose their capital, some their medication and all. We need to cap the borrowing. We need to have a plan to cap those borrowings. And so we commit to that. Aside what you mentioned, the 10 billion big push policy, the economy must grow in spite of all of this. Ghana's economy must grow. 10 billion over 4 years gives you 2.5 billion. The outgoing government, the immediate past government, Agenda 111, has left behind 1.5 billion for us to complete Agenda 111. We know all of that. But I can assure you that in spite of the challenges, we have to carefully invest in the rare sector. And you know my biases already. Hydrocarbons, mining, infrastructure, agri and agribusiness, and SMEs. We need to finance these sectors, and the rare sector development is key. So 10 billion US dollars, we can fund it over the medium term, over a 4-year period. And I've said here, the quality of expenditure matters. You have a choice to take 58 million US dollars to build National Cathedral. In the same vein, you have a choice to use 4 times that amount to be able to construct a proper highway between Accra and Kumasi. What would that do for you? It will increase productivity. So it's a matter of the quality of expenditure. We will do it. And we have to do it to move this country forward.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Is that the end, or you have more questions?
I learned something from Dr. Forson. I'm not an economist. Mine is law, but we are learning. He once said there's a difference between releases and payments. So government will release to controller, and then controller would have to effect the payment. So when you can talk about actual payment when you are in receipt of your payment. Are you correct? Very well. So I would want to use that to clarify an earlier point that I made from the school feeding secretariat, that government released the entire 72 days owed the caterers to controller. And the actual payment received out of those release letters, the letter that goes to controller, payment received by the caterers was for 42 days. And that the 32 days outstanding is yet to be received by the caterers. So I just wanted that on record. And that becomes your first responsibility, to ensure that the controller complies with the releases. Are you ready to ensure that the controller complies with the releases?
Mr. Chairman, You are aware that
Well, before coming to answer the question, I thought you said they have fully paid. But now that you are admitting that payment has not been paid and they are agitating,
Chairman, with respect,
I would ask the nominee to respond to your clarification.
No. Chairman, we are politicians and I understand languages when they are coded to mean something. I've been in this business with you, so wait. I've noted that since it got to my turn, all my questions, you find a way of repeating. We've been doing this. I was playing number 6 when I was on government side. So I understand the game you want, but wait. No. Chairman, I was doing...
Which number am I playing?
I don't know, but it's for you to determine the number you are playing. But let's get back. We all learn. And when you're learning, you don't have to be worried about mistakes. So you learn. I'm saying that government released all outstandings. And through the warrant that government communicated to the controller, it was for the full amount owed the caterers, the 72 days. So government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, at the time of leaving office, released the entire outstanding to be paid. Now, the records have it that as at 31st, had only paid 42 days out of what he was directed to pay. And that we have some days outstanding in releases yet to be paid. Do we have your commitment to ensure that the controller complies with this?
Honorable nominee, your comment.
Mr. Chairman, I keep guiding the committee that let's be careful not to speculate because we don't have the full picture yet. You may think it's 30-something days left, but you will end up seeing worse. So I urge that let's take our time, get to the ministry, do a proper assessment as to the arrest due, and have a plan to repay. Mr. Chairman, today, the government pays 1 cedi 50 pesos for a child to be fed. 1 cedi 50 pesos. Okay? And I've said that it is not enough even to buy egg. I've also said that there are some arrests we need to pay. Let's get to the ministry. And when we get there, we'll work to make sure these caterers are paid first. And then we can look into what we can do for the school feeding.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Chairman, now back to the issue of your 10 billion Public Infrastructure Investment Fund. I want to know from you, Honorable Nominee, how much of the 10 billion shall be raised in each year, and how will that fit under the debt ceiling manifesto, the debt ceiling in your manifesto? Because you are proposing a certain debt ceiling. You are also talking about raising this 10 billion. I want to know how you intend to go about it and how much of same each year. Thank you.
Nominee.
Mr. Chairman, the policy will be submitted to Parliament for approval. The big push policy will be submitted to Parliament for approval.
Thank you very much.
In it, we'll give you the breakdown, how it's done, how we are going to raise money, and when we are going to start, and how much goes into each year. So the details will be provided to this House.
Thanks. Any further question?
Chairman, the nominee has two major interventions to make to meet a policy initiative of the government. And because you hold the purse, it would squarely come to you. One, the free university tuition for first year. Second, the extra costs to be incurred and the free SHS to cover private schools. So these are two main expenditure lines to look out for. So let me start with the first one. With the free university tuition for first years, I understand the university students are starting their semester 1. Now, are you going to implement it now? The free first year tuition for university students. Are you going to implement it this academic year, which has just begun? And would you factor it in your budget, which you are going to present? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, proceed with the answer.
Mr. Chairman, first, I'm not yet the Minister of Finance. Second, Mr. Chairman, I have to be at the ministry to assess the situation and introduce government policies accordingly. My responsibility as Minister of Finance will include mobilizing domestic revenue to fund government projects or government flagships. I will do that, not alone, but working with Cabinet. I'm mindful of our manifesto promises, and I should be the one to be able to recommend same to government if we can afford it. And as long as it's in government manifesto and there are timelines to it, I commit to it. I commit to it, and we'll do just that. But let me get to the ministry first, and let's see what we can do.
Thank you.
So, Chair, Honorable Nominee, are you suggesting that you have not considered the costing of this policy, the free tuition for first year university students?
Chairman, that is very wrong. I've never said that. It doesn't matter the costing. It must fit into a framework. And I have to get into the ministry first. I can't pretend to use this podium to read the national budget. This is not a budget. Let me get there so that I can present the budget to you, and some of these policies will be appropriately.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I would want a further clarity on this all-important policy. Your manifesto talks about tertiary. Tertiary is not only the universities, but post-secondary institutions that award diplomas, certificates, in my view, are tertiary institutions. So you have nursing training institutions, nursing, you have the colleges of education. Are they all going to be factored in the free first year tuition to avoid discrimination?
Mr. Chairman, I think I've made this point already. I'm not yet in a position to make policy pronouncement on behalf of the government. I'm only a designate, a nominee. And you need to approve me first. Give me the power to be able to make policies and announce to you policies. Mr. Chairman, you may ask the Honorable Minority Leader to file a question so that I can come and answer when I become the minister.
Thank you very much. You have to file a question.
Chairman,
after approval.
No worries at all. But you see, a distinction must be made. There are matters that you need to get to the ministry to enable you have it handy. And those are not the ones I'm asking you. These are policies. And being part of a political party leadership, I know what goes into manifesto pledges. We had hints many months, or if not a year or two ago, that you were leading the economic team of your party, what is tertiary? When you were drafting the policy, that's what I want you to tell me, not something that you will get to know upon arriving at the ministry.
Leader, with all due respect, the word tertiary is unambiguous. You are just calling on the nominee to give you an interpretation of tertiary. I think we should give the word tertiary its ordinary meaning, and then we can proceed.
Chairman, thank you very much. I can understand where you are coming from. But you see, we are a political class, and we are dealing with a social intervention deliverables. Those watching us would want clarity, and that is all I seek to do, so that somebody at Legon would not assume that university is university and that he or she will benefit. But somebody at the nursing college in Winneba who is doing a diploma in nursing would think that because they did not explain it, he or she will not benefit. So I know you had the benefit of knowing what tertiary means at the time you were drafting this policy, when you said you would give first year tertiary students free tuition. You pay for them, government will pay. So parents would not need to pay at all. So I just want the clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's unambiguous in our manifesto what we said. I do not seek to reinterpret what is in the manifesto. And it's as clear as possible. In the next budget, if you have any doubt, we can clarify those in the next budget. Thank you.
Fair enough, Chairman, fair enough. So let me come to the next leg of this social intervention, the free SHS. So you have promised that you will extend it to the private secondary schools. You are going to be a major advisor to government. Have you planned, do you have a plan as to the number of students in the private secondary schools? And if so, have you looked at the cost?
Mr. Chairman, the number of students in the private school as at yesterday cannot be the same as today. It moves. So whatever target or whatever costing that was done was done with the data as at the time they did assessment. I was not part of the group that did assessment. Today, we are in office. You need to look at the data, the number of people concerned, and how much you are paying. Let's get to office. The president is only 2 weeks, it's less than 2 weeks old, it's 1 week old. Let's get to the office, and then we can start work. There's no minister at post as we speak. And so you need to help the president to constitute his cabinet as soon as possible so that they can advise him for him to come to Parliament to deliver his State of the Nation address. Thank you.
So the private secondary schools that you propose to extend free SHS to is going to include Ghana International School, Lincoln, Association, because all these are private schools, secondary schools. Are you going to include them?
Well, the nominee is capable of answering the question. Other than that, private school is private school.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware that Ghana International Lincoln undertakes WASI. They don't write WASI. I'm not aware. I'm not aware that Ghana International School goes through West Africa Examination Council. They do GCSEs and A-levels and others. I'm not aware that you can equate Lincoln with a school fees of $30,000 to Achimota School. I'm not aware of that. The chairman, let's get to work. And when we get there, we'll present to this House a comprehensive program. The chairman, the previous administration was unable to pass the free SHS bill. You are aware of that. And Mr. Chairman, we will regulate this free senior high school policy properly to make it sustainable, so that it becomes part of our nation's development. I think His Excellency the President has made this pronouncement, and so we'll do what we have to do. The Honorable Minority Leader knows me well, that I'm a man of my word. And I can give him that assurance that whatever it takes, we'll come to this House and seek your approval.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Is the nominee fully aware that in respect of the promises by his party in the health sector, the party engaged an independent body, which body gave it a minimum cost of 18 billion? Are you aware of this? And do you agree to that? The health sector
promises
that your party
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware. The only thing I'm aware of is during the transition, I was told that Agenda 111 would take $1.5 billion to complete. But I'm not aware of this 18 billion. I don't know.
Are you committed to completing the Agenda 111 with that amount? Are you committed to that?
Mr. Chairman, the immediate past government was in office for 8 years. They announced the Agenda 111 in 2020. We were told they were going to complete it within a year and two. The Chairman, this is 4 years. They have not been able to complete Agenda 111. We have huge debt awaiting the next government. What we know is that His Excellency the President has committed that he is going to complete all ongoing projects. I'm a servant of the President. I'll be his minister if approved. And so when you approve me as minister, I'll assess the situation. I'll find out what you are leaving behind and be able to advise the President appropriately. But at the moment, I'm not in a position to advise him because I do not have the full data of what is the true state of Ghanaian economy.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have the last two for my respected brother and colleague, and I'll call it a day. Leader, your government has indicated that its financing needs will be alleviated from second quarter in 2025 as debt service payment to bondholders resume. Considering that T-bills will not be sustainable to meet the financing needs, tell us what strategies you intend to pursue to meet the high financing needs without jeopardizing debt sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, financing is a function of the budget. If you throw out a huge deficit, you have to finance it. So you have to throw out the deficit first. We don't intend to throw out an unsustainable financing, where the gross financing needs is in a way that if you go to the market, you will not be able to finance and put further pressure on the market. So, as I've said, we'll front-load the fiscal consolidation on expenditure base. So let's introduce the budget, and when we introduce the budget, we'll know the financing needs, and we'll make sure that we'll be able to finance our budget. But there are options. We'll work with our development partners. There's World Bank, there's IMF, there is EU and all. So if there's any financing needs, aside the market, both domestic and external, we'll be able to tap into the financing, our financial request from the development partners. So these are options that we can do.
As a follow-up on that, I'm quite curious. So how would you raise this 10 billion without borrowing? This 10 billion, you had indicated to me earlier that you will present your plan to Parliament, and in that we'll know as a house how much you intend to raise each year. Now, you are so sensitive to your debt servicing strategy. Now, how do you intend to still achieve this without borrowing?
Mr. Chairman, I've never said we are not going to borrow. I've said that financing needs are a function of the budget. And it depends on the fiscal deficit you throw out. If you throw out a fiscal deficit of 10% of GDP, you have to finance the 10%. Why are you financing the 10% of your GDP? Are you financing it from debt? And if it's debt, what kind of debt? Is it domestic, T-bills, or long-dated? Is it external or kind of? So I'm saying that your concern will be dealt with the kind of financing we throw out. If we throw out 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, and the market can accommodate it, so be it. So let's look at the options available. But all of this will depend on your financing needs. So for us, fiscal discipline will be the anchor. And we'll be mindful of the market needs and what the market can accommodate.
Thank you.
Chairman.
I thought you said 2 questions.
No, there was a follow-up. Chairman.
So is that the last question?
The nominee has addressed us on some key issues, and I'm happy with his approach thus far. I would want to ask him, he's aware that a key development partner, the IMF, entered into some agreement with us. And in that agreement, they required of us to put in place certain measures. He is aware that the e-levy and the betting tax and other taxes he considers are nuisance taxes have been captured as part of our revenue sources in this agreement with the IMF. So government really has no unfettered discretion. How do you justify the repealing of these tax laws without hurting the very agreement that you have with the IMF? You think, in other words, you think that you can freely repeal these tax laws and without introducing a new revenue measure, the fund will be happy with you and will not see that your repealing of these tax laws amount to breaching an existing agreement with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the IMF did not ask the former government to introduce e-levy. The e-levy was introduced before the IMF program. And so the IMF did not ask you to introduce e-levy. The betting tax was also introduced by yourselves, not the IMF. It's not an IMF prescription. The IMF will give you a fiscal deficit to achieve. It is up to you how you achieve it, and we'll do just that.
Yeah,
but
Chairman,
let me say this.
Okay, sure.
But let me say this, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the NDC government recognizes that there is an IMF program. We are committed to implement the IMF program. We are also committed to achieve the objectives of the IMF program. We are not going to jettison the IMF program. We implement it. It is an agreement between the Republic of Ghana and the International Monetary Fund. Today, we are in government. We have a responsibility to implement it. I'm on record to have said that we will implement the IMF program. And so we'll implement the IMF program. We are not running away from that. And so whatever it takes, we will not run away from the implementation of the IMF program. And we'll implement it to the latter and achieve the objectives of the IMF program.
So, Chair, Is the nominee therefore suggesting to us that repealing these tax laws, these taxes that he considers them nuisance, repealing them without introducing new taxes or other in their place will not amount to breaching the IMF agreement?
Mr. Chairman, you can rake in other form of revenue through compliance. You can use compliance measures to bring in additional revenue to replace these taxes you are removing.
Finally, leader, your government is proposing overhauling the existing foreign exchange regime. As finance minister, what is the alternative? Have you any comprehensive foreign exchange policy you will pursue? Because it's not just enough to say that you will depart from the existing foreign exchange regime. The country would like to know how you intend to come up with an alternative policy. Which policy will help to address the currency depreciation and build more foreign exchange buffers? We would want to know from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Bank of Ghana has the mandate to deal with our foreign exchange regime. I'm not being vetted as a governor of the Republic of Ghana or the Bank of Ghana. I'm being vetted as a minister responsible for finance. I don't want to make policies or policy proposals that will tie the monetary policy regime. I think we should leave that to the central bank and the governor or the next governor to be able to have the power to deal with monetary policy, particularly the management of our foreign exchange. But I'm a record to have said that the Bank of Ghana alone cannot be left to anchor the currency. It doesn't mean we are going to micromanage the foreign exchange regime. It means we are going to coordinate with the Bank of Ghana. So we'll coordinate effectively with the central bank to be able to manage Ghana's foreign exchange regime. That I know we will do.
Chairman, just a follow-up. The leader, your manifesto did not say that this is a mandate of the central bank. You will come up with a lead policy, which policy have a far-reaching consequences on the economy. The central bank would only look at you as an arrowhead and implement in a direction that the government policy so directs or chooses. So I think that to run away from it may be a bit unfortunate. It cannot be said by you as a holder of the purse that this is a matter for the central bank. Please, at the time you crafted this and engraved same in your policy, you knew what you wanted to achieve. The people of Ghana do not want to get the impression that you did matricle, because you said it on good authority that this is what you are going to do. So I want to know from you whether indeed, as the head of the Exchequer, you are committed to this, and not to say that it's a duty of the central bank.
Mr. Chairman, I was trying to refer you to the constitutional provision of the Bank of Ghana. And we all know that the Constitution mandates the central bank to manage the our foreign exchange. Mr. Chairman, our manifesto did not say the Minister of Finance would be the one to manage the foreign exchange regime. No. We announced our economic policies. And you know that it takes both monetary and fiscal to manage the economy. It's not only the Ministry of Finance that manages the economy. And so it's the two of us. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to jealously guard the independence of the central bank when it comes to monetary policy formulation. Monetary policy formulation and the management of the foreign exchange. That is in their purview. Let's respect it. Allow the next governor or the governor to deal with it. Chairman, I so submit.
Thank you for your question. I am told.
Chairman.
Oh, do you have a further question? Leader, you said 2 more.
Chairman.
And you've asked 3. You have a further question.
Chairman, since the nominee has referred us to the Constitution, and we also have the manifesto promise of his party, it is important we reconcile. If at all material times the nominee knew that the foreign exchange regime, the policy is squarely under Article 183 of the Constitution, and that is under the control of Bank of Ghana, then why did his party commit to this in a manifesto? Because the manifesto did not make that reference, and you introduce it as a government policy to be led by the finance minister. And you're on record to have chastised the former finance minister, Mr. Kenuforiata, when we had issues with our currency. The blame was on him as the finance minister. I remember the famous Ken Must Go. I remember. Oh, can I finish? Oh, can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? The duty, a certain British politician once said, the duty of His Majesty's is to oppose. Rather, and we are opposing with all the energy in us, and we are being reasonable. But
let's take the last question.
Please, let's finish. But if the heckling is coming from the majority, then we have finished this.
Nobody is talking. You have the microphone.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. So my question to you is this. When we had the depreciation of the cedi, your side in Parliament chastised the finance minister for not showing leadership in managing the cedi. To you, it wasn't about Bank of Ghana. And I'm saying that today, in your manifesto, you have re-echoed that same policy. And if you are now going to quote the Constitution to say that that is going to be the responsibility of central bank, then my question to you is that, did you mislead the Ghanaian people when you engraved that in your manifesto?
Mr. Chairman, that is inaccurate. Mr. Chairman, let me also refer you to the same Constitution, Article 184, 183, 1834. Mr. Chairman, it says the following shall apply to the governor of the Bank of Ghana. He shall be appointed by the President, acting in consultation with the Council of State for a period of 4 years. Mr. Chairman, the governor will have to be appointed by the President. The governor will have to subscribe to the ideals and the vision of the President in foreign exchange. the foreign exchange management. The president has a social contract. He signed a social contract with the people of Ghana. His appointment or his appointee must reflect exactly that. And so, Mr. Chairman, we have not heard the same constitution talking about the mandate of the central bank says that the president must appoint the governor. And so you have to appoint someone who subscribes to your ideals, someone who buys into your vision. And so he's going to appoint someone he believes will do what it takes. And so that will be done. That will be done.
Thank you very much.
You are going to, Chairman, he's introduced an important matter. There's a central bank governor. We have a governor of the central bank.
Who has mismanaged the bank?
Yes. He's going home.
Central mismanaged the mismanager of the bank, not the manager.
When is his tenure coming to an end?
Chairman, you should be telling us, but I know he has had his 2 terms, 2 maximum terms, and he has some months to go. So certainly within the next 4 years, the president will have the opportunity to appoint a governor.
I mean, after he has retired?
I am not appointing authority.
Pardon? No. Mr. Chairman, we need some protection here. The majority, exactly. Honorable nominee.
Chairman, I have a point of order.
Honorable nominee, you are telling the committee that the governor has some few months to go. I want to ask you that this new appointment you are referring to, would it be after his retirement?
Honorable members, the Constitution states clearly the tenure of office of the governor. So definitely what the nominee is saying is that within a period, it will come to an end and the president will have the opportunity. This issue as whether when exactly it will end is not a question for the nominee to be asked.
Chairman, I think your ranking member is done.
Yes.
So if you raise new issues, you may invite him again.
So honourable members, it's now my turn to answer a question, to ask a question, but I have no question for the nominee. I will use the period to acknowledge the presence of some guests in our midst who are here to give moral support to the nominee. They are Nana Efua Esiwa II, Paramount Queen Mother, Ejumako, Ama Forsen, sister to the nominee, Kwesi Forsen, Kojo Forsen, brothers to the nominee, Sechiwa Claudia, sister, Reverend Pa Kojo, brother, Mr. Afrifa, brother, Professor Ferdinand Ahiakpo, staff, James Ajeni Mboatin, staff, and Professor Jonathan Annan, Jumako Enyen, SCM constituency chairman. May I have the privilege to say you are most welcome. Honourable members, let me use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee. Honourable Minister Designate, you are discharged, but you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say a word. Mr. Chairman, today you did not treat me like the majority leader of the Ghana's parliament, but I recognize that this had to happen because I'm going to serve
Sensitive position.
in a very sensitive position. I recognize that. Thank you.
Yeah. Members, we'll have 30 minutes break to ourselves. We'll resume. Yes. Yes, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Okay, let's make it. Energy.
It used to be a condition among the aged, but now it's being recorded among young people. It is nicknamed the silent killer. Today on Health Focus, we'll be talking about hypertension. My name is Elliot Nwete, and I have with me here Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kavu. You're welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Elliot.
Briefly, what is hypertension?
So hypertension basically is elevation of the blood pressure or an elevated blood pressure. So the blood pressure is usually measured with two figures, the systolic and then the diastolic. So the vessels or the ventricles, that is the heart chambers, which we call the ventricles, help contract so that blood is pushed out into the various parts of the body. So when there's that maximum contraction, that is when the systolic blood pressure is measured, and the minimum contraction before the next contraction is what the diastolic is. So let's take, for example, you have a tank,
okay,
and the tank has different chambers in it, and there's a hose sending water to that tank. Let's take the tank as the heart, and then the hose being the arteries. Now, the blood or the water would represent the blood. So once that's to the tank, there's supposed to be a certain level at which it's supposed to flow, allowing for good contraction, good relaxation of the tank, just so that it moves. Now, when there is any impairment or when there is any concerns or issues in any part of these, it can cause hypertension. Now, when the systolic pressure is above 140 consistently, and the lower one is above 90 consistently, then we consider that as hypertension.
Why is it nicknamed the silent killer?
It's nicknamed the silent killer simply because it does not show any signs or symptoms, or most of the times the symptoms tend to be very vague, and so people don't pick it up easily, and so that's why it's nicknamed the silent killer.
What changed? Looking at people who have hypertension, so usually or mostly used to be for people after pension, but
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our midst a delegation from the United Kingdom. Distinguished invited guests, we have the head of state from Namibia. We also have in our midst a delegation from Germany. We also have in our midst former President of Germany, His Excellency Christian Wolff.
Welcome to the Blaster Square here in Accra for this live coverage of the inauguration of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama and the first Ghanaian female Vice President-elect Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You are live on GTV, the station of the nation. My name is Tay Kiche, your commentator for this live event. But I'm not alone here in commentary position. And I have with me...
I am Squadron Leader Elizabeth Fadlatu Salifu from the Ghana Armed Forces. Dear viewers, I must add that it is an electrifying and colorful atmosphere here. We have different guests and dignitaries from all parts of Ghana, Africa, and the world. We have party supporters, traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic corps, family and friends, the various security agencies from the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, Prison Service, Fire Service, Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the National Ambulance Service, among several others who are playing various roles to ensure the seamless conduct of activities today.
In fact, we are not here alone, but we have a summarizer who will introduce himself. He's also a military man.
I am Lieutenant Richard Kofi Kotoku.
Thank you very much. And this 30,000-seater Black Star Square is full to the brim with a lot of Ghanaians from all walks of life, even outside the perimeter. It is a spectacle to behold. In fact, it is historic, a very historic moment, because for the first time in the Fourth Republic, we have a former president who has been elected to be the president, or rather re-elected to be president again. In fact, he was given an overwhelming endorsement by Ghanaian voters. Not only did he personally get that endorsement, but his party, the National Democratic Congress, was also very heavily endorsed by the Ghanaian population.
This is also a very historic moment because we are witnessing, or we will be witnessing, Ghana's first female vice president, Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who will be sworn in today. Let me add that there are several women breaking the glass ceilings in different endeavors. Just last month, the United Nations Secretary General appointed Major General Anita Asma of the Ghana Armed Forces as the first African female force commander and head of mission for the United Nations Disengagement Observer Force in Syria.
Now, let me take you through who the President-elect John Dramani Mahama is. Now, John Dramani Mahama is the 6th president of the Fourth Republic of Ghana. He was also the 4th president of the Fourth Republic of Ghana, having previously occupied the high office of president between January 7, 2013 and January 6, 2017. He was born 66 years ago to Mr. E.A. Mahama and Madam Abiba Naba in Damongo in the now Savannah region of Ghana. President-elect Mahama also made history as Ghana's first president to serve at all political levels. He was a member of parliament for Bolibamboy constituency, deputy minister for communications, vice president of the Republic of Ghana, and the president of the Republic of Ghana. President-elect Mahama considers the combination of history, communications, and social psychology courses he studied for his undergraduate and postgraduate degrees to have profoundly shaped his views, thoughts, and understanding of the human and contributed significantly to his development as a person. So this all shaped our president-elect, his combination of history, communications, social psychology. These are all courses he undertook at the undergraduate level and have profoundly shaped his views, thoughts, and understanding of Ghanaians and has contributed significantly to his development as a person. Under President Mahama's first administration, Ghana witnessed massive infrastructure development across all sectors of the economy, including education, health, ports and harbors, aviation, rail, oil and gas, ICT, and many more. His vision and strategic investments in these areas solidly positioned the country as a lower middle income country for its next development phase. Beyond investments in socio-economic infrastructure, President Mahama is passionate about investing in people. This amply reflects his commitment to social justice and equity, particularly through his lauded efforts to advance the interests of girls and women across all spheres. John Mahama further demonstrated his commitment to women's empowerment by appointing several women to prominent roles in his administration. In 2020, he made a groundbreaking decision to nominate Professor Nana Jenopokwa-Jiman as his vice presidential candidate, marking it as a first for a major political party in Ghana. He repeated his bold choice in 2024, and with their victory, Ghana is welcoming its first female vice president. President Mahama is also an avid reader, author, and historian. Over the course of his career, he has written for several newspapers and authored several publications. He has also published a memoir, his first book titled My First Coup d'etat, and other true stories from the lost decades of Africa. President Mahama's love for reading and thirst for knowledge are complemented by his strong interest in technology and agriculture. His connection to agriculture is personal, long-standing, and is rooted in his upbringing. His father was a prominent rice farmer, educator, and minister in Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's administration. President Mahama is keen on increasing agricultural productivity and strives to motivate the younger generation to approach farming as a viable and profitable business, particularly by leveraging technology and value addition to maximize its potential. President Mahama is a former chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, a strong proponent of intra-African trade, as he is a former chairperson of the African Union's high-level African Trade Committee. He played an instrumental role in laying the foundation for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, whose secretariat is now here in Ghana. President Mahama was also the first co-chair of the United Nations Advocacy Group on the Sustainable Development Goals and is current chair of the TANA Forum, a high-level forum on security in Africa headquartered in Ethiopia. Selling contributions as a leader and role model on the African continent and around the globe, John Mahama has been conferred with several honorary doctoral degrees from distinguished universities worldwide, including Ekiti State University, Ilorin University, Igbedion University in Nigeria, the University of Aberdeen in Scotland, and the Lyon Business School in France. With his resounding victory in the December 2024 elections, John Dramani Mahama becomes the first president in Ghana's history to be democratically elected to a non-consecutive second term. President Mahama is an exemplary family man with strong Christian values. He has been happily married to Lodina Dramani Mahama for over 32 years. Now, Squadron Leader, can you take us through who our vice presidential candidate is?
Dear viewers, as mentioned earlier, this live coverage is coming to you from the Black Star Square, also known as the Independence Square. This square holds deep historical and symbolic meaning to Ghana's independence. Now to a brief profile of our Vice President-elect, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman was the Chancellor of the Women's University in Africa from 2018 to 2014. She was the first woman to hold the position of Vice Chancellor in Ghana, leading the University of Cape Coast from 2008 to 2012. Before I continue, permit me to mention that we have a cross-section of the various security heads. They were in our screen shortly. We are now seeing the arrival of various dignitaries and heads of state. We have over 19 heads of state present, 3 prime ministers, 5 vice presidents, 5 former presidents, and several heads of delegation. This attests to Ghana's soft power influence in the sub-region and in the world.
In fact, there are also a lot of former heads of state of Africa, because I've seen Jacob Zuma, I've seen Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I've seen General Obasanjo, I've seen Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, and a lot more others will be acknowledging as we go along.
So this attests to Ghana's soft power influence in the sub-region. And just to continue with the profile of Ghana's first elected Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman. She was the immediate past president of the Forum for African Women Educationalists and chairperson of the Africa Board. She was also the Minister for Education from 2013 to 2017. She was also the head of the Department of English, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Dean of the Board of Graduate Studies, Founding Dean of the School of Graduate Studies and Research, and Vice Chancellor at the University of Cape Coast. She is also a Fulbright Scholar. Professor Opoku Agyeman holds a Bachelor of Arts in French and English, a Diploma in Education from the University of Cape Coast, a Diploma in Advanced Studies in French from the University of Dakar, and a Master of Arts and PhD in Literature from New York University of Toronto and Canada. Madam Vice President is the recipient of national and international awards, notably Officer of the Order of the Volta for academic distinction, the Ghana Women of Excellence Award, the education category, and she also holds Doctor of Letters, University of Cape Coast. On your screen now are the heads of the various security agencies. For the security agencies, we have in attendance the Military High Command of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Chief of the Defense Staff, that is General Thomas Opong-Pepra, who also doubles as the President's ceremonial ADC, the Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Bismarck Kwesi Onwona, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Issa Adam Yakubu, the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Frederick Asari Kwesi Bekwin, and the Chief of Staff at the General Headquarters, Lieutenant General Joseph Prince Osewusu. May I also add that we have the heads of the security agencies. We have the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu-Dampari, who is also the President's ceremonial ADC, the Director General of Prisons, Mr. Isaac Kofi Ejiri, the Commissioner General of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Brigadier General Zibrim Ayorogo, On our screen now is the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor.
And also the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party in the just ended elections, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is also present here with all of us, witnessing this historic event here at the Black Star Square, Accra.
Dear viewers, as mentioned earlier, we have the various security agencies supporting the Ghana Police to provide security. Some of the duties include crowd and traffic control. As we can see, we have a lot of people in attendance this morning. So security personnel are deployed at various locations to ensure the total safety and security of attendees. This morning, we will see personnel from the Ghana Navy who will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. In the course of the program, we shall hear the 21-gun salute by the Ghana Navy. The 21-gun salute is the highest level of honor in ceremonial salutes, surpassing other salutes with fewer rounds. In military ceremonies, the salute holds honors high-ranking officials, such as military leaders or heads of government. Later in the evening, we shall see fireworks display put together by the 48th Engineer Regiment at the forecourt of Parliament and Kwame Nkrumah Circle. We shall also see a full guard of honor, or should I say full guard of honor was mounted by the Ghana Air Force for the various visiting heads of state at the Kotoka International Airport. The Ghana National Ambulance Service is also here providing medical coverage. We also have the Ghana Police Band providing music for all this ceremony. All these security agencies are playing various roles to ensure the seamless conduct of activities today.
I must add that we have the Ghana National Fire Service on standby for any fire incident.
Dear viewers, you are watching GTV, the station of the nation, and we are bringing you the live coverage from the Black Star Square, known as the Independence Square. Ghana's first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, commissioned the square in 1961 after Ghana gained independence in 1957. It also coincided with the visit of Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom to Ghana. This square is now being used for important state ceremonies. And this morning we shall witness one of such, which is the inauguration of the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman.
In our shots now, it's a bird's eye view of the Independence Square with the stands filled to capacity. The 30,000 seater stand seems to have been loaded with more than what it can take. But we believe that shows the commitment with which Ghanaians are showing towards this particular event.
So today we're all gathered here in the spirit of oneness, demonstrating once again that Ghana is the doyen and it is the hub of democracy. We saw peaceful elections. We are going to see peaceful transition of power today. And just to run you through the order of events this morning, we are now seeing the arrival of dignitaries. Members of Parliament are already seated. Former presidents are also seated. We've also seen the arrival of invited heads of state. Very soon we shall see the arrival of Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, and the justices of the superior courts who will enter the chamber and take their seats. We shall also see the Right Honorable Speaker's procession who will enter the chamber, where he will call the House to order, and then proceedings can begin from there.
In our shots now are some of our guests of honor arriving.
Dear viewers, you're watching once again GTV, the station of the nation.
That these agreements which were signed under his regime is the reason why the debt for the energy sector has ballooned to this level?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is true that some PPAs were signed during our time. It has some take-or-pay clauses. Even under the MPP, they've signed about 6 PPAs, all of them with take-or-pay clauses. AXA 370, AXA 370, AXA 900, Senate 110, Tema LNG, which is the most expensive LNG, all of them under the MPP regime, just like the NDC regime has take-or-pay. And take-or-pay in the energy language is what we call capital recovery. The developer would have borrowed money to set up the plant. And so every financial institution would require some element of guarantee. And so that is a fact, it's not an opinion. 2, as to whether these take-or-pays contributed to these debts, I've done a careful analysis of the debt. If you take the gas debt, for instance, our contractual volume with ENI is 270 MMscf. For 4 years now, they've been supplying 340 MMscf. So we are consuming way and above our contractual volumes. So take-or-pay couldn't have been an issue. If you take most of the debts, a chunk of them are power delivered, sold, but revenues not collected. When we're leaving office, what you call the ATC&C, that's the aggregate technical collection and commercial loss, was 22%. At the transition committee, it came to light that it's ballooned to 40%. And so out of every 100 CD you sell, 40 CD is unaccounted for. And that is largely due, or that's what largely accounts for this huge debt. In fact, I'm leaving Accra today as part of the technical team to meet Letasco. Letasco supplied heavy fuel oil between 2017 to 2021. All that money has not been paid. And so there's a debt of 270 million on account of some of these fuels and guarantees. If you consume fuel, it means that it's not take-or-pay. It means the plant is running. So yes, some element of capacity charge will contribute to your debt, but the chunk and the bulk of the debt is on account of power produced and consumed, but not paid for. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you spoke about ENI. Would you say that the negotiated price at the time of negotiation...
Is that your last question?
Last but one, Mr.
No, you are entitled to only 3 questions. You've asked 2 so far, so that is the last question. Please.
But you will allow me to bring some small one after this one.
You are entitled to 3 questions. Please go ahead and ask your last question.
Okay. So my question was whether you believe that the negotiated price at the time was good for the country. And before you answer that, I also want you to have a look at your CV. On your CV, you say that you were the general manager of a company. Well, it's all over the place. I mean, it's not numbered. What I have is not numbered, but it's on his professional resume, non-political experience. The general manager of Sophie Fisheries Limited. And I don't know whether it's a mistake, because you say that you were from 2005 to 2000. And so if you can have a look at that and see if you intended to actually tell us that was a typo. And then the same on the CV, when you look at the leadership position held and membership of professional bodies, you say you were chairman, Nuclear Energy Program, implementing organizations at the Ministry of Energy until 2017. So I want to know whether you want to confirm to the committee that at 2017, Nadu was the president, you were the chairman of this committee. So those are the...
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I left office on the 6th of January 2017. Okay. So 2017, I would have been in office, except that I left on the 6th of January 2017. The other one is 2008. So I guess when they were typing the 8, they made that 0. So thank you very much for that observation. I'm grateful. I guess your question is on whether the ENI price is not too expensive.
Yes, in your view.
Okay, I have in my hand what you call the weighted average cost of gas, which we in the industry call WACOG. and I have the latest of them. Price, which is the cost. So you have what you call the commodity cost, the transportation, and everything, which then becomes commingled gas and is piped. But then you can get the individual prices. So if you take ENI, which is Sankofa, you have the cost to be 6, 10 to be 5, and gas is 7.2. And gas is 7.2. Tema LNG, which was signed by the MPP, is 8.3. So I am of the view Ghana Gas is 0 because Jubilee was 0 rated for a period of time. So I am of the view that the Sankofa price of 6 is not the most expensive. That is one. 2 is that you just don't look at the price of a field. Is it associated gas? Is it mainly crude oil production or mainly gas? If it's mainly gas, then the gas has to compensate for the cost of the development. And if you read the 2022-2023 reports by the upstream players, they confirm that in 2022 alone, we consumed 107 BCF of gas from our fields. If you did not consume that gas, you'd have consumed 20 million barrels of light crude oil. If you do what you call import substitution or parity, this country saved $1.2 billion from consuming that gas. So I hold the view that you might have an opinion that the gas is expensive. Another one might have an opinion that it's not expensive. But if you are saving 1.2 billion from import substitution from light crude when using gas, I hold the view that that gas is competitive. It came before this House. This House debated it and approved it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Dr. Kabiru. Wale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would just, before I start, congratulate my senior brother and alumni of University for Development Studies for such an achievement. That said, I also want to seek the guidance of the chair as to whether stated that the decision to have a private sector participation wasn't what was good for ECG. However, you are of the candid and considered opinion that the interference by politicians and the fact that we need to weed off political interference was the way to go. Forward on the 17th, on or around the 17th or the 7th of January, you were heard again on radio stating that you think that the only way forward was to have private sector participation, especially in the metering and collection sector of Ghana Electricity Company. Now, my question to you is, and you back this particular position with the fact that ATC and C, which you just alluded and for the benefit of Hansard, we are talking of aggregate, technical, commercial, and collection losses was 40%. Could you please give this committee the breakdown of this 40% losses in terms of A, T, C, and C in the various sectors of that particular aggregate figure?
I'll do that, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm surprised that this allegation has been leveled against me, because I've remained consistent that there should be a private sector participant in the distribution, especially, like you said, billing and collection. When I was deputy minister, I led the process. When Honorable Tertiary became my supervisory minister, he made me lead the process of privatization. I led the team to India, I led the team to Uganda, I led the team to Kenya to learn from best practices. And so I'm surprised. And let me put on record that I've been very consistent that we need private sector participation. At the distribution level, except that I disagreed with the format of the PDS, and I maintain that we can do it better. The ATC and C, I think it's about 23% for the technical, and the remaining is the commercial, which sums it up to the 40%. Thank you.
Yeah,
yes,
Mr.
you said you have a follow-up.
Yes, a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
During transition, you were handed over with a KPMG report of the audit of the operations of ECG. And that
is 7 handed over a KPMG report. I asked a direct question as co-chair to ECG, and they told me that the losses was around 40%. But if you have a KPMG report, I would like to read it to enrich my knowledge. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader has a follow-up question on that.
Honorable nominee, listening to your answer to Dr. Kabiru's question, the impression you create on our minds is that you are not against the privatization of ECG. From what you said, you are against the PDS in terms of the approach. So can you tell us then whether your government is for the privatization, the full privatization of ECG?
We believe that they should
Honorable nominee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. We believe there should be private sector participation. What we intend to do is to form a 7-member committee chaired by technical experts, legal experts, financial experts, and some industry players, and even somebody from the concession approach. We're not going to do sole sourcing when it comes to the ECG private sector participation. Tend to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you too. He has a further follow-up question.
Honorable nominee, so can you let us know the time frame for this engagement? because Ghanaians will be anxious to know. What's the time frame you are looking at?
The preliminary work we have done is that my target is to push for 6 months, but I do not want to stampede the committee if I'm fortunate to get your approval. But give and take within this year, we should be able to do that because there are lessons that we've learned from the previous concession. And so that will be the building block. But like I said, we want to do that in a very transparent, open manner and get the best for this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Asika Dongo.
Mr. Speaker, I've not. Okay.
Any questions? It's now the turn of Honorable Asika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate my younger brother and to commend him for the speed with which he supported the president to resolve this issue. I have heard you mention some numbers. You said the bill we left was about $2.1 billion, and you translated that to about 9 billion Ghana cedis.
Chairman, thank you very much. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my brother. We entered Parliament together. We worked together. And we constituted the famous 7. And I know that he will deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And congratulations, JJ. I come from a rural area. Till date, there are communities that do not have meters. And therefore, I want to find out from you, what will you do to improve ECG revenue collection? And will you support a proposal to phase out all postpaid meters to prepaid ones?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ideal way, like you said, is to get prepayment meters, especially smart meters that can mimic all the requirements that you need. My meeting with ECG indicates that they have about 5.2 million meters. 4.8 are active. About 3 million of them are not working properly. So of the 4.8, 3 million meters are not working properly. So they will need to change a minimum of 2.9 million meters in order to satisfy the market. 2, like you said, people want meters. They are unable to get the meters. Technology is advancing. So we are exploring the possibility of selling the meters. Let people buy the meters. But through smart technology, we will license some people to install the meters. But you'll need to send a code. Once you send a code in with mobile money, it's activated. And automatically, you are registered onto the system. Because sometimes it costs people more than 4 or 5 times to spend money to get a meter. So if we make it readily available and use economies of scale, I'm sure the price will come down. So it's something we are working on, and we intend to roll that out as soon as we get your nod. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Agnes Namumulate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me take the opportunity to also congratulate the honorable member on his nomination. There's something that is on the hearts and minds of most Ghanaians. And if we all have a way, we'll contribute to ensuring that it doesn't become a headache again. The issue of the inconsistency in the power supply, given the nod, what are you going to do? I have seen you do take some pragmatic steps to aid the president. In the long term, what will you do to ensure that our power and our electricity supply stays on? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee. What will you do to ensure our power stay on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have a current installed capacity of about 5,260 megawatts, a dependable capacity of about 4,800 megawatts. We've just hit a new peak demand of 4,100 megawatts. Our grid system is very, very resilient. We've upgraded a lot of our lines from 161 to 330 and 331 kVA lines. So they are quite robust with a lot of injection of primary substations. The first problem we need to address is the issue of fuel. Fuel supply is a major, major problem confronting the sector. Currently, we have a deficit of about 40 to 60 mm-scarf of gas. If you take the gas from ENI, gas from Jubilee 10, and then gas from N-gas, and you put all together, you still have a deficit. And so you've had to be depending on some level of light crude oil, some level of heavy fuel oil, and some level of distillate fuel oil. Our immediate objective will be to bridge that gap. We've met Jubilee partners, we've spoken to the partners and the operators, Talo. We've also spoken to Ghana Gas. They are currently doing 100 mm-scarf. We are confident that if they do some reconditioning, they can increase it to about 35 more. And that will give us a lot of buffer. So once we solve the fuel situation, and we have some liquid fuel reserves as a backup, we should be okay. The next one will be to deal with the financial challenges. I've gotten a letter from Car Power. We owe them $377 million. They are threatening to shut down. Talo over 100 million, they are threatening to cut back. ENI is threatening. So we need to deal with the financial challenge. So these two, if we can get them right, we should be home and dry. Last year alone, Ministry of Finance spent about 28 billion on energy sector related payments. That's more than your capital expenditure, including even your goods and services. So we have to look at how to drill down and bring about efficiency and be able to pay for what we consume. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, I have a follow-up question.
Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable nominee, though on the letter was Minister of Energy, but if you look at the executive instrument, it's adding something to your portfolio. You are aware of that?
Leader, with the greatest respect, I've seen it, but I'm only a nominee.
No, I'm saying whether you are aware.
I'm aware.
We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later. Let me go ahead with my follow-up question. So, on the 7th of January, 2025, I am reliably informed that on the said date, the light crude oil ascent power was for a period of 23 days. Do you agree to that?
Yes, Leader.
Very well. If it was for 23 days, as you agree, then are you equally aware that GMPC, which has a contract with Stratcon for the supply of 12 million liters of HFO, is still supplying this to AXA? You are aware?
I've checked on that, and GMPC has indicated that they don't have a contract with Stratcon to supply those liters. Thank you.
But do they take such supplies if they don't have such contract? Is there an arrangement where these supplies are delivered to them?
I've done my checks, and I can tell you that based on my check, there's no such arrangement.
Now, would you be surprised to hear that on the 6th of January, it's a follow-up on the 6th of January, they supplied 19,561 tons?
I will not be surprised, and that's one of the issues I intend to investigate when you approve me.
Okay.
It's a subject matter for investigation.
All right.
Thank you.
So have you become aware?
Leader, you know the rules. A follow-up question must not exceed a certain limit.
Yeah,
so I think If you wouldn't mind, I can give you the floor now to ask your questions.
Chairman, you see, the nominee, in response to Honorable Momo Latte's question, had made certain pronouncements. I only was breaking it down because I didn't want to put all together. I know I have to act within the rules. So please indulge me, most respectfully, sir. Indulge me. I only wanted to break it down, else I could have put all together as a composite question. I didn't want to do that because there are specific deliveries on certain dates. So please, bear with me. Since you are aware that on the 6th of January, 19,561 tons worth of HFO was supplied. But your issue is that there was no contract, so it will be investigated. But that was supplied.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Chairman. I didn't say that.
Okay, no problem. Now, on the 8th, would you be surprised to hear that on the 8th January, to 44,124 was also supplied?
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, I need your guidance. Leader, I respect you. The leader is asking me whether I will be surprised to hear that fuel has been delivered. I thought he would have asked me a question.
Okay, no problem. Let me put it differently. Have you become aware that on the 8th of January, 44,124 tons was supplied?
Mr. Chairman, to answer this, on the 8th of January, this is official record, and I would respectfully make a copy available to the committee. And so the HFO issue you are talking of, on the 8th of January, Sen Power, light crude oil, 260,000, enough to cater for 23 days. Sinon Asogli, DFO, which is distillate fuel oil, 0. KTPP, distillate fuel oil, enough to cater for 1.5 days. Now the HFO. On the 8th of January, AXA, 440 meter cube, enough to cover for only 6 hours. So officially, I wasn't aware that some so-called 40,000 has been deposited. But let me be quick to say that the next day, I got to know that...
I don't want to take back. Please, can you avoid the use of the word so-called? I mean, just not to
I'm sorry,
cause
Leader,
controversy.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the guidance.
You know, you've done well so far.
Leader, thank you. So on the 9th of January, I got information that some people were discharging some heavy fuel oil into the tanks at AXA. And already the Chief of Staff had tasked me to lead a technical team to avoid this looming challenge in respect of these shortages of fuel. And like I told you, on the 8th of January, we had only 6 hours. In fact, they said that taking even the minimum requirement, it could last for only 5 hours. When I heard of it, I inquired. And then the AXA MD told me that some people had come to deliver HFO. I asked him on whose authority. Leader, with the greatest of respect, I do not want to mention people's name here, and you know why. I made it clear to them that those people were no longer in office, and they had no mandate on the 9th of January to issue orders to him to receive those fuels. I called ECG was not aware. I called VRA, they were not aware. I called the ministry, Solomon is here, they are not aware. I called GMPC, they are not aware. So I advised the Chief Director to ask for a cessation of the delivery. And we report to Chief of Staff. It's a matter of further investigation. On an assumption of office, with your kind leave, we shall investigate that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So they delivered it or they couldn't deliver at all? Are we in receipt of that at the time you became aware?
As far as I'm concerned, officially, government is not in receipt of any such delivery. They were in the process of delivery, but without any authorization to deliver, we thought that they should hold on and let's do what is right and proper. Thank you.
So the 5 hours that you put out, as compared to the 23 days that you initially... No, I won't ask.
Okay. I'll take the floor, take the floor.
So the 5 days that was originally out, you know, when the inauguration took place at the Independence Square, the media reported that you had alleged or you had said that we had only some 5 days of fuel. 5 hours, yes, 5 hours. Considering the fact that in your answer to me, you had indicated that SemPower had fuel that could last us for 23 days. Would you want to reconcile the 5 hours and the 23 days, or would you want to shed some more light on it for clarity's sake?
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing to reconcile. I was specific. I said we have 5 hours of HFO, and it's true. We had 5 hours of HFO. I said we had 0 hours of DFO for Sidona Sogli, and it's true. I gave a breakdown, but I don't develop the headlines. I don't write the stories. The recording is there, and the truth is that we have 5 hours of HFO. And if there's any problem with gas supplies, we are going to lose as much as 370 megawatts in 5 hours' time, which will lead to load shedding. And so as far as I'm concerned, that is the fact. Thank you.
Honorable Shabu, it's now your turn. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me use the opportunity to congratulate my younger brother for this great feat, a position well deserved. Mr. Chairman, listening to the honorable nominee, the biggest challenge is coming to face. Of course, let me put on record that the ministry you left 8 years ago, you will not meet the same thing when you get there tomorrow. You have said it. The energy sector debts alone is so enormous. Now, we've zeroed down to various. Now, in the value chain, you have a very critical player there, which is ECG, which unfortunately is the weakest link. And that's the reason why we have these challenges. To quote your own words, the power is produced and delivered. It is sold, but the revenue is not collected as efficiently as we can. Clearly, it boils down to accountability and efficiency. Now, you have also zeroed down to the fact that you are not averse to privatization. Indeed, His Excellency, when he met the World Bank a week ago, representatives, he made it clear that privatization was the way to go. Would you consider, taking into account, we have been preaching about local content, would you consider looking at institutional investors like SNET, like NAT, and the rest? Would you consider them when you want to do the privatization?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that will be the most ideal. If we could get institutions in Ghana taking up shares and getting a technical competent company, even from outside, it means that there will be a lot of value retention. The main problem with ECG is not just the collection, but even how they spend or administer what they collect. They collect on average about 1.3 billion mechanism because they've signed all kinds of contracts. Yesterday at the meeting, it came to light that they have 2,500 containers sitting at the ports. Contracts worth 9 billion has been signed. And because the containers are sitting at the ports, demurrage alone is 1.2 billion. So beyond the collection, we also have to drill down on efficiency and ensure that they stick to the cash waterfall mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I give the floor to Honorable Umar?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the turn of Michael Edu. Edu. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Edu and Edu.
Mr. Chairman, the name is Edu. Thank you very much. A-I-D-O-O.
What's the spelling of Edu?
A-D-U. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Looking at your CV with your experience and vast background in the energy sector, I believe you'll be conversant with the questions I'm going to ask. One of the major challenges...
Are you saying questions?
Yes.
Please, you are entitled to a question.
Okay. One of the major challenges in the downstream petroleum sector is the issue of forex. And on the 11th of January 2023, you published a post on Facebook, which you said that the G4O, that's the good for oil policy, was opaque, clandestine, and a charade. And then you also said that it's going to promote smuggling of gold across Ghana's borders. And then in the same post, you said from all analysis, it is obvious this policy is not well thought through. Now, Mr. Nominee, I believe after your nomination, you've had cause to meet the management from Boston and MP and other stakeholders in the industry. Upon hindsight, do you still hold the same opinion? And then if you are given the nod to lead the ministry, what will be your position on the good for oil? Taking into consideration that most of the importers who are bringing fuel to Ghana, one of the issues they look at is the issue
Honorable member, his position on gold for oil. Is that not the question?
I'm not done, Chairman. I'm not done. Chairman, I'm rounding up. Chairman, respectfully, I'm rounding up.
Is that the question I'm asking?
No,
I'm
not
the
done.
Question?
The question is coming.
So, what do you mean by what is your position on gold for oil?
It's the same question. So let me round up. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I will forgive you because you are a first timer.
So, considering that most of the importers consider the issue of forex as an issue when dealing with bust, and the good for oil came to mitigate that issue, and there is scarcity of forex, and in a month we need about 400 million USD to import petroleum products. So what will be your position on the good for oil policy, and how are you going to fix the issue of forex for importers and
Honorable
BDCs?
nominee.
Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, I believe the question is, what is your position on gold for oil? You can ignore the commentaries and proceed to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, I refer to 28th November 2023 publication. Bank of Ghana to phase out gold for oil policy. Bank of Ghana governor announces. And so I think that they are rather vindicating my position that it was not well thought out. If it was that was solving the problem, you don't phase out a policy that is delivering results. What we would do, we would review it, we would analyze it, and ensure that we come out with a model that is fit for purpose, that ensures that we account for the good. Honorable Tifosa has already indicated that we want to form a gold board, which will aggregate all the gold. We have an escrow account where the forex or the hard currency would move into, so that we'll use that to support fuel imports, but also support the payment of IPPs and the payment of gas. So we are looking at a holistic, well-encompassing approach rather than a narrow approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Ayarga.
Congratulations, Dr. John Jinapo. Not many people know you are a doctor. You have a PhD now. Congratulations. So, some people envy your CV. Some people envy your CV. But it's a very, I became totally convinced and satisfied that you are not just a walking encyclopedia on all information relating to the energy sector, but that your capacity to think on your feet and devise solutions to the numerous challenges
Chair, let them know that they are not here to be clapping. Then they shouldn't be clapping.
So
Chairman, they shouldn't be doing that.
So all you need to do is to inform them that here we don't clap, but
Okay,
we say
here we don't clap.
Here.
No, they can't even say here because they are not part. They are not part of us. They are not. They cannot even say here.
Honorable members, the word foot soldier should be expunged from the records. Can we make progress, honorable members? It's expunged from the record with the apology from the chair. Thank you very much. Can we have some order? Order. Let's have order. It's now the turn of Honorable Charles Forson. Charles Forson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair.
What? You finish? I thought you finished. Well, may you continue. Please conclude.
So, on the basis of my observations, I have no questions for you because I know you will answer all the questions satisfactorily. I can only wish you well and assure you of the support of this House. And I believe that you definitely will make a mark in the energy sector of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Charles Forson. One question, please.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, my good friend, this is from the good people of Tamacentra and the management and staff of TOR. A direct question. What is there for TOR? And also, we do extract crude, but yet we have refining corporations here for certain parcels to be given to them, whilst they go out to struggle for dollar. What is the way forward? Thank you.
Well, honorable member, is your question saying what is there for TOR or what he intends to do for TOR?
The plan. He understands it.
Honorable nominee, you may answer the question the way you understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable members, you may be aware there's a Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And when you take crude within a stipulated period of time, you have to pay the money into the Petroleum Holding Fund. So for a refinery to take that refinery must satisfy that condition. Tor is a hydra-headed problem. It's a 45,000 barrel capacity refinery. The norm is that these days people are moving to huge refineries. If you take Gamnaja, it's I think 1.2 million. Dangote is 650,000, and it's even number 7. So 45 is quite small, but our objective is to seek a strategic partner, ring-fence the liabilities, and then use the assets as our capital injection and look for a strategic partner who is prepared to also inject some money. Normally, you need a staff of about 250 for such a refinery. Currently, the staff are over 700. So these are issues that we'll have to sit and see how we can deal with them so that we'll bring the refinery back. Because since 2021, 4 years now, the refinery has not been working, and something must be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Yao Patrick Boama.
Thank you very much. Let me congratulate my very, very, very good brother, JJ. Congratulations. JJ, a lot of questions have been asked of you on the downstream. Let me take you to the upstream sector. And I'm sure as a man who grew up in Mampong, you know about the Voltairean Basin program. I know you've been briefed by the ministry and officials from GMPC about the program around Mampong Agogo area. What do you know of the Voltairean Basin program, and how do you intend to add value to what your predecessors did, and how you intend to ensure that it comes on full stream to add to the revenue base of the country in the energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right, because in the upstream sector, crude oil volumes are declining rapidly. From a peak of 71 million barrels in 2019, 2023, we did only 48 million. So there's a sharp decline of 32%. And if nothing is done, the upstream sector will collapse. In the Voltairean Basin, I'm told they've shot or shoot some 2D seismic data. I'm also told that they've done some parcels of allocation, which ought to come to Parliament. I intend that we'll review that immediately, within days or weeks. If I get your nod and I'm sworn in. If we review them and we find those agreements satisfactory, we'll immediately come to Parliament. But I hold the view that we should relook at 919. All our neighbors, their current and participating interest is 10%. And as we move through the energy transition, you must quickly tap your stranded assets. So we will do a stakeholder engagement and get a buy-in of Ghanaians and incentivize the upstream players to invest, because it's very expensive. And that is something that we intend to pursue aggressively, even as we go through the energy transition. Thank you.
Very much. Any further question?
Yes, Minister, this is also on the upstream sector, which has seen some little or no investment in the sector. And I want you to tell Ghanaians some of the strategies you want to put in place to attract some of the big players in the upstream sector, like ExxonMobil. They came in and left to Guyana. We all know the issues around it. So what are some of the steps that your good self will be putting in place? You just mentioned that you are going to Dubai to meet with Letasco. And we want to find out what strategies you are going to put in place to attract some of the big players, since investment in that sector has gone down a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. So first is the incentives. We have a standard incentives for all the fields. That cannot work, because you have deep water, you have ultra deep, and you have shallow water. It's more expensive and technologically demanding to do deep water. So the incentives for deep water should be different from that for shallow water. Then the acreage, the size. Our information is that it's too small, so we need to increase it. And some other incentives, but more importantly, is the posturing of government. These legal cases that we are losing in court it hurts us a lot. The first option should be to negotiate. ENI went to court, we lost. Talo went to court, we lost. GPGC went to court, we lost. Sahara went to court, we lost. It's just one too many. So we intend to sit around the table and dialogue. The trip we're going, we're meeting Luke Oil to work on the Peckham field with AFC and the others. So the first option is to try and sit around the table, find out the real problems, and try to resolve them. I'm sure some of these basic interventions, if we can put them right, we can turn the clock around and attract the oil majors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes,
But before then, little or no investment on part of government of the Republic of Ghana. Is that the understanding?
No. Chairman.
Not necessarily, Chairman. That's why we have S-Loco. And S-Loco is the commercial wing of GMPC.
Very well.
Which must take a stake
Very
in some
well.
of these fields.
Just for you to clarify the point. Thank you very much.
Chairman, you are being...
Last question.
You are playing the liberal role very well. You are now the Michaelasian of the caucus of committee.
So I'm no longer a striker. I'm now playing a liberal.
JJ, I'm used to JJ, sorry. Honourable Minister, designate. My last question. What are your primary objectives, or what do you want the country to remember you for? Within the next 4 years, I pray to God you are not reshuffled in the energy sector, that during John Jinapur's era, issues of power theft, issues of transmission losses, no meter, arbitration issues in the power sector. What do you want Ghanaians to remember you for within the next 4 years as one of the youngest ministers of energy in the Republic of Ghana? I wish you the very best, my good friend. Thank you.
Your answer to the convoluted question.
Mr. Chairman, I must admit that it's a very difficult job. And as I get a briefing every day, I'm reminded that I'm stepping into a very, very difficult job. I want to remember it as a young minister who insists on discipline. And I tell you, I will insist on discipline. I know we'll step on some toes, but we'll step on those toes gently. More importantly, honesty. And then I want
V, item number 6V. I notice that you've been the chairman for Nuclear Energy Program Implementing Organization. As a minister designate, I know that you have been adequately informed about the progress so far made in trying to introduce the use of nuclear power in the country. If you don't mind, if you can apprise us as other people in the country are listening to you of where we are with the promotion of the use of nuclear power and what will be your commitment to ensure that the future in the next 4 years will be commencing the implementation of the nuclear power. Thank you.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, to answer the question.
Please provide answer to the question.
Thank you.
Follow-up question. Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Leader, it's true, I chaired NEPIO. At my last briefing, they've identified 2 sites. They've also identified 2 countries, China and the USA, and they've identified 2 technologies. The bigger nuclear plant, which can give you about 1,200 to 1,400 megawatts, and the modular plants, which gives you just 100, 100, 100, 100. And so in South Africa, they use what they call pebble bed. So the option is to look at the smaller ones. They are easier to manage, they are modular, and they can deal with them. But like you said, I asked them a specific question. Can we switch power on before we leave office? And nuclear has serious milestones. And so the information I have is that the earliest we can get power from nuclear in 6 years. That is even if we tick all the boxes. It's on our table. Except that our approach is different. We believe that with BUI power and VRA, so that you have something like Ghana and bring about efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I get that understanding that currently the VRA is responsible for both the hydro and does it mean that you are leaving everything for them for both BUI and VRA and will be operating alongside if you are having just one company as an energy? Thank you.
Consolidate them and then increase specialization and efficiency. Because there are some renewable guys at BUI, there are some hydro people at VLA, they are also doing renewables. So why don't we bring all the renewable people under one umbrella so that their activities is as the ministry is more on green transition. Then the hydro, bring all the hydro technicians under one, so that procurements and all that consume more gas, reduce the losses, and increase the resilience of the grid. When you do that, you make a lot of savings, and that's a grid. When you do that, you make a lot of savings, and as you make the savings, you make a lot of savings, and as you make the savings, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations in advance. Thank you. Congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One question.
Yes, Honorable Nominee, this is not really a question. Ghana lost the case. I just wanted to get a clarification whether perhaps you slipped or I didn't hear you correctly. Because I know for a fact that in that international arbitration, the tribunal dismissed the 950 million claim against GMPC and Ghana. So I just wanted, for the records, maybe I didn't hear you right in your earlier response.
Authorization from government. He and I went to the Court of Arbitration that government did not follow due process for compensation in terms of monetary compensation. So the first issue of government issuing that directive, as far as I'm concerned, he and I had his way, is the next leg, which is to say compensate me, that the Court of Arbitration thought that there was no need to compensate them. But the substantive issue of the directive, the Court of Arbitration has insisted. And because of that, Springfield has now drilled the well. And we are waiting for the results of the appraisal to determine the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are bringing out an important matter. Are you saying that in the issue one, where the Court of Arbitration, the tribunal agreed with the issue raised by ENI, it resulted in any financial loss to the state? Or it resulted in any... No,
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee never said that.
No, wait.
He explained
Chairman, let me put...
the two legs of
Chairman,
the decision.
Chairman, wait. The public is listening and watching. So I just want us to have clarity. According to you, the compensation bit, their claim was dismissed, which is a matter of public record. But then you are also telling us that there was an issue as to decisions that government had taken and whether or not those decisions were right. You are saying that their question on those decisions was upheld by the tribunal. My question then to you is this. Was there any costs to government as a result of that relief? Was there any loss to the state as a result of that relief? That is what I wanted to know.
So in simple terms, the only loss would be that the state was directed to make some payments in respect of legal matters. So, for instance, if you go to court, the cost of arbitration, the cost for legal services, the state was directed to pay that. Whether that is cost or not, I'll leave it for you, the lawyers. But I'm saying that this is what the court decided. I don't want to put interpretation on whether those payments constitute costs or not, because I'm not a lawyer and I do not want to step into that arena. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, I will land on this very important point. You see, we are talking about a ruling of a tribunal, a judgment the outcome of a case. I don't want us to be rhetorical about it or be hypothetical or whatever. What is a fact remains a fact. Was there any order made against government in that arbitration? And if so, and you have reference to that, can you tell us exactly the orders that were made against the government of Ghana and GM? Respectfully, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, nominee.
Thank you. So, government of Ghana issued an order that two parties unitize. So let's put it in single terms. It says that male and female marry. That's the order from the father. Then one party goes to court and says that no, government is wrong. You can't just ask us to marry. You are jumping the gun. And arbitration upheld that and says the government was wrong in asking the two parties to marry or unitize. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. It's now the...
Chairman, please, let me read.
Honorable,
this question. I'm giving
Honorable Leader.
Chairman, please, this is a legal
taking
matter.
your words.
Yes,
that
I'm not asking
you have
a question.
asked
Chairman, it's not
the
a
last question.
Yes, I have. Chairman, please, it's for all of us. Please. Yes, it's for all of us. Colleagues, let's get this. I would read.
Where are you even reading from in the first place?
Chairman, with respect, I'll provide you.
Where are you reading from?
Chairman, I'm reading from the website of, yes, I know. I am reading from the website of City FM, which
so
website
that
is hosting.
is your authentic source from which you can pick a judgment.
Wait, it is hosting the ruling. Website hosts the ruling, and it's quoting the full ruling. It's not their write-up. I just want to read out. The tribunal denied the claimants, ENI and Victor, their monetary damages, which initially stood at $7 billion, but were later reduced to $950 million plus interest by the end of the proceedings. The tribunal dismissed all claims against GMPC entirely. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directive. The tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the petroleum agreement. I mean, this is a matter that I'm lifting directly from the ruling. I just want to bring it to our collective attention. So I'm just saying that there was no such claim, such order made against any of the respondents from the ruling.
Well, we'll take your words. Be brief. Be brief.
I'm putting it out as a fact.
Be brief. Honorable nominee.
Honorable Fanyaba, it does appear that maybe because you were in a hurry to read, you jumped one line. Let me just read that for you.
Please, go about.
However, the tribunal find that in the circumstances in which they were issued, the unitization directive breached the petroleum agreement. Simple. It's on the City FM thing. It's there. The very one you are reading. It's there. I didn't say it.
Colleague, I will not want to, which is a legal matter. The last
So
I will do.
for you.
No. The last I will do is to trade my profession. I will not. I will not. I am reading up to the end. I am reading up to the end. Respectfully, it reads that the tribunal dismissed all claims against the GMPC entirely. In the minimum, my law is okay. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached the petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directives. The last paragraph. And I'm not running away from any paragraph. I wouldn't want to put my reputation on the line on this. The last paragraph reads, the tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the petroleum agreement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the education. Once you give me the nomination, I'll consult the Attorney General. The Attorney General will guide me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. In the midst of the disagreement, I'll give the opportunity to Honorable Ayariga to read what he's also having. Please go ahead and read.
No, it's not about opening the Pandora's box. Why? He's read something he claims to be the outcome of the litigation. This is the report. It says that Ghana has suffered a setback in an international arbitration case concerning its attempts to unitize offshore oil fields, but avoided potentially significant financial damages. So there were two issues. Ghana sought to get them to unitize. And in that respect, Ghana suffered a loss because the court did not agree with Ghana. But then Ghana avoided financial loss, that is payment of damages or any compensation. And that is exactly what he has reported. So please, why? You can read from a website, I cannot read from a website. Please, it's here.
Reading from the website.
We're all reading from the website.
Yes.
It's here. You can.
So, honorable members,
I'm giving it to you. Take it.
We can
Take
allow
it.
the contradictions.
If you have any doubts, you can take it and read it.
In the publications at the website to. So we make progress. Honorable Deputy
Chairman,
Majority Leader, you have your turn.
Chairman.
Minority Leader, I plead with you
yes,
with all
Chairman,
due respect.
I'm pleading with
Let
you.
us not argue
Chairman,
the veracity or
not,
other words of the various publications that you are relying upon.
Chairman, please oblige me.
Honorable Leader, let us be guided by the
will.
provisions of the Constitution in Article 78 and 94. I beg you.
Chairman.
I've given the floor to Honorable Deputy Leader.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I have given the floor to Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. I may come back to you. So please, I may come back to you.
Okay, Chairman.
I may come back to you.
Chairman,
please.
With that said, I will rest my case to allow
so
you
to
come back and deal with this matter. Thank you.
Yes. What is?
Right from the beginning, the respected leader kept asking to be indulged. He would end his presentation and ask for just a small opportunity to make one point. This thing, indulge me. And even when you give opportunity to somebody to speak, he will make sure that you give him the opportunity. Right now, his 10 has passed. I didn't expect you to say that when the Honorable Boa finished, you're going to give him another opportunity. He'll start.
Remember, I know what I am doing. So please, it's now the turn of Honorable Boa.
Today, we beg you.
Honorable Boa, you have the floor.
Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo, congratulations. You first work in the Ministry of Energy as my deputy, and I am very, very proud of you. I think that you are sitting in that chair because you were dedicated, you focused on humility and worked your way up. You became our ranking and you led a team very, very well. And so there's no doubt in my mind that you're going to be a very successful energy minister. I have 3 things that I want to guide you. You may not even answer them. But you know that the upstream sector is in complete disarray. With all the big players gone, oil production has declined over 37% and continuing. The last 8 years, the 3 producing fields that we brought on stream, nothing has been added. You talked a lot about the challenges and the court cases you've lost. And so I hope that will really engage your attention and the strategies to increase oil production and bring the big boys back. And I know that you've talked about that. We need to really make sure we get gas security. That is the key to the energy sector. And I'm very sure that you focus on that as well. I think you've talked about the indebtedness. I'm sure you will tell us that when we were leaving power, how much we left in debt, and whether or not it's true that we left $5 billion. The issue of renewable energy in an energy transition is critical, and that's probably why the energy sector is now energy and then the transition. And so I believe that you really add the issue of renewable energy as well. The last point is the issue of SML and all the transparency that came up. I believe that we will look into that issue and address it so it doesn't happen again.
The only thing I've learned from him is hard work. And so I thank him very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any closing remark from the minority? We've come to the end.
Chairman, we experience ups and downs. We experience ups and downs in this. I believe that the matter that came up would have another opportunity to discuss it on the floor. And I would also want to plead with colleagues that if you didn't get the opportunity to raise any issue by way of question, the next stage of this pre-approval process would be the debate on the report of the committee. So you would have the opportunity to raise all other issues for Hansard to capture your views. On that note, Chairman, I would want to thank you for indulging us on these two nominees, and we see what next to be done. Thank you so much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Let me use the opportunity to sincerely thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions posed. That Honorable Minister Designate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful.
Well, then you are discharged. We then.
No, wait before, don't call him.
Of the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman.
Arriving now as the Speaker of Parliament.
Dear viewers, as mentioned, we have over 19 heads of state. The special guest of honor is the head of state for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We also have the head of state for Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai. Dear viewers, following the formal dissolution of Parliament at midnight on 6th January, we have the following appointments for the 9th Parliament. Once again on our screen are the heads of the various security agencies, the service commanders, and the heads of the various security services from the police as well.
It seems the security services are well represented here at the Blaster Square. It's a beautiful thing that all Ghanaians are united in today's inauguration of the president and the vice president. It's indeed a joyous occasion, and you can see from the faces of people here at the Blaster Square how much they cherish what is going to take place today.
Dear viewers, just to add, as at 4 a.m. when we arrived, this place was already full with several people in their colorful traditional Ghanaian regalia, some in party colors. And this is us as Ghanaians celebrating oneness and togetherness. We have demonstrated to Africa and to the world that we are the doyen of democracy. We have had peaceful elections, and this morning we shall witness a peaceful transition of power. Dear viewers, following the formal dissolution of Parliament at midnight on 6th January, we have the following appointments for the 9th Parliament, who were inaugurated this morning. And for the Speaker of Parliament, we have the Right Honourable Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagwin. We'll read his profile in the course of the program. The first Deputy Speaker is the MP for Akachi South, Bernard Ahiafo. The second Deputy Speaker is the Member of Parliament for Fomena, Honorable Andrew Amwako Esiama. For the majority side, we have the Majority Leader for the 9th Parliament, who is the MP for Ajumako Enyan Esiam, Dr. Kesil Atoforsen. The Deputy Majority Leader, who is the Member of Parliament for Elembele, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua. The Majority Chief Whip is the MP for Adaklu, Honorable Governs Kwame Agboja. The Deputy Majority Chief Whip is the MP for Banda, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. For the minority side, we have the Minority Leader, who is the MP for Efutu, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Maken. The Deputy Minority Leader, who is the Member of Parliament for Asokwa, Honorable Patricia Apieje. The Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Frank Ano Dompre, who is the Member of Parliament for Isawam Adoajiri. The first Deputy Minority Whip is Honorable Habib Idrisu, who is the MP for Tolon. And the second Deputy Minority Whip is Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who is the Member of Parliament for Weja Bawi.
Now let me run you through the program as it is. We are expecting Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Courts, to enter the chamber. The chamber meaning here at the Blaster Square, and then followed by the Speaker's procession, and the Speaker will take his chair, then he will call the House to order. The majority and minority leaders, at the invitation of the Right Honourable Speaker, will join the procession to receive His Excellency the President-elect and Her Excellency the Vice President-elect to the House. That is the Black Star Square. His Excellency the President-elect and Her Excellency the Vice President-elect will then be conducted into the chamber by the Right Honourable Speaker. The Right Honourable Speaker will then invite Her Ladyship the Chief Justice
Mahama and the Vice President-elect, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Addo. We are seeing more arrivals of our dignitaries. We just saw the arrival of the outgoing First Lady, the lovely wife of His Excellency, the outgoing President. So on our screen now is the outgoing president, His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, and his lovely spouse, Madam Rebecca Akufo-Addo.
You are live on GTV, the station of the nation, and we are telecasting this event live across all the regions in Ghana. And I believe you can also listen to our radio commentaries on all the regional FM stations of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We still remain the pace setters. That's why we always bring you live coverage of national events.
So we still have more arrivals.
Distinguished guests, we also have in our midst Head of State of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. You are most welcome, sir.
I'll witness the arrival of the Right Honorable Speaker and the Chief Justice.
As you can see, viewers at home, the Blaster Square here
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our midst the
Ghanaians from all walks of life are here to witness this historical event. And I call it a historical event for so many reasons. One of which is that a former president has been re-elected to serve just one term. We also have our first ever female vice president. Now arriving is the Chief Imam, Sheikh Osmanu Sharabutu, one of the spiritual pillars of our country, especially when it comes to Islam.
Distinguished viewers, if you are just tuning in, you are watching the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama. And permit me to add that in the course of the program, we shall see the President's official ADC in the person of Lieutenant Colonel Abdul Wahab Issa. Let me also use this opportunity to dispel the misconception of who an ADC is. The ADC is not a bodyguard. The role of an ADC is very prestigious and demands exceptional discipline, discretion, organizational skills, and loyalty, as he is directly responsible for facilitating the President's effectiveness in office. The President's ADC has a unique role in ensuring the smooth execution of the President's daily activities. These include accompanying the President during official engagements and ceremonies. He also acts as the President's primary personal assistant, managing schedules and ensuring the President's time is optimized. He is someone with great organizational skills. He collaborates with security teams to ensure the President's safety, also coordinates transportation, accommodation, and other logistical needs for the President's travel. He also manages sensitive information with discretion and professionalism, and he acts as a trusted confidant to the President in various matters. The ADC is also a link between the President and other government officials and relays instructions from the President to the relevant stakeholders or teams. He also ensures adherence to official protocol during events, both domestically and internationally. He is also responsible for supervising ceremonial arrangements and ensuring they are aligned with the dignity of the office. He can also offer counsel on matters related to military or security issues, given his military background. So the ADC has a lot to do. He is someone who is prestigious with exceptional discipline, discretion, and organizational skills. And today, for the very first time, we shall see our president-elect and his official ADC.
Now, does that mean that the vice president will also have an ADC? Can you explain that for us?
The vice president will also have an ADC, and the vice president's ADC is from the Ghana Police Service. As mentioned, these senior officers are carefully selected. They are selected based on a number of qualities. And as I mentioned, the person should be someone with great organizational skills, who is loyal, who is disciplined, who has discretion, because they are responsible for accompanying the president during his official engagements and ceremonies. They primarily act as the personal assistants, managing schedules and ensuring the president's time is optimized.
Now, on the program, I have seen a 21-gun salute. What does that signify?
So this morning, personnel from the Ghana Navy will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. And during the guard of honor, we shall hear the 21-gun salute. The 21-gun salute is the highest level of honor in ceremonial salutes. It surpasses all other salutes with fewer rounds. This ceremonial honor holds great symbolic significance. Its purpose varies and depends on the context, but is generally associated with respect, tribute, and recognition. It is a gesture that is accorded to sovereign leaders, and as such, the president, king, or queen. And in military ceremonies, the salute honors high-ranking officials, such as military leaders and heads of government. It is also performed during funerals for high-ranking officers, presidents, or other notable figures.
I have seen the top hierarchy of the National Democratic Congress. At least I have seen Mr. Fifi Kwete.
Now, Akufo-Addo and his wife, Her Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo.
The Black Stars were here in Accra. And as I was saying before, I've seen the top hierarchy of the National Democratic Congress. At least I've seen Mr. Fikwete, I've seen Professor Joshua Alabi.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Currently,
our very special guest of honor is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu. We also have in our midst Head of State of Senegal, His Excellency Bassirou Faye.
General Zikrim Ayorowo. We also have the Director of National Investigations, Beru, Nana Atobra Kweku, the Chief Officer, Mr. Julius Kunwo, and the Controller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, Mr. Kwame Isua. For the security agencies, we have in attendance the Military High Command of the Ghana Armed Forces. That is the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Thomas Opompetra, who is the President's Ceremonial ADC, the Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Bismarck Kwe Omona, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Isa Yakubu,
Your
the Chief of the Air
Excellencies,
Staff, Air
distinguished
Marshal
invited guests, shortly we'll see the procession of the judges of the Superior Court of Ghana joining in.
He's the Chief Justice once.
Now on your screen are members or the judges of the Supreme Court of Ghana, led by the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice
As we welcome Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokonu, leading the procession of the Justice of the Superior Court of Ghana.
And be with them as they administer their various oaths to all of us Ghanaians.
Dear viewers, let me just add that Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokonu was sworn into office as the 15th Chief Justice of Ghana by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as mandated by the 1992 Constitution on Monday, 12 June 2023. By her appointment, Justice Tokonu became the third female Chief Justice of Ghana after Justice Georgina Theodora Wood, who served from 2007 to 2017, and Justice Sophia Kufu, who served from 2017 to 2020. As the head of the Judiciary and the Judicial Service of Ghana, she took over from His Lordship Justice Enim Yeboah, who retired on 24th May 2023 as required by the law. As mentioned earlier, she'll be playing a very important role today to see to the successful transition of power.
We are still live from the Black Star Square here in Accra, and you're watching us on various networks across the country. This feed is also being picked live by other sister broadcasting networks, television networks, I must say. And as you can see, some members of the diplomatic corps. I can see a Catholic, a clergyman. I can see people, invited guests from the diplomatic community, all here at the Independence Square or the Black Star Square as it is.
We have over 19 heads of states gracing this occasion. We have 3 prime ministers, we have 5 former presidents, and we have 5 vice presidents. We have various heads of delegation from Africa and across the world, all here with us to celebrate this peaceful transition of power. This once again demonstrates Ghana's influence across Africa and the world.
In fact, their presence here is a testimony to the success of our democratic experiment. Other countries in Africa never had it the way we have. There have been chaos, there have been fights, there have been protests across some countries in Africa. We thank God that our transition has been relatively peaceful. And this is not the first time we are transiting power from one political party or government to another, from the governing party to the opposition party. We had the first one in 2001. We had another one in 2009. Then we had another one in 2017, and then today we are having another one. Now, let me run you through the history of the Fourth Republic. Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings took us Ghanaians as our head of state or president from the 7th January 1993 to 7th January 2001. He was
distinguished guests, ladies and
president
gentlemen.
of Ghana.
We also have in our midst head of state of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto.
Took up the mantle from the 7th of January 2001 to the 7th of January 2009. Then Professor John Atta Mills also took up the mantle from the 7th of January 2009, and he died in office 3 years later. In fact, it was 3 years, 199 days. Then John Mahama took over and was our president for the rest of the term of Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And he was eventually voted into office and inaugurated on the 7th of January 2012. And he was in the seat till the 7th of January 2017, 4 years, 167 days. Then the mantle fell on Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo from the 7th of January 2017 till yesterday, in actual fact, when he had to relinquish the seat through the due democratic process which Ghana has now been known for. Now we are awaiting the inauguration.
Ladies and gentlemen,
of John
please, all persons
Mahama
standing on the
again
driveway
on the 7th
from the
day
entrance
of
should
January
kindly move from there.
2025.
This is
All
also an
persons
encouragement
standing on
to
the
any young person
driveway
out
from
there.
the entrance should kindly move from there. Thank you.
Never give up. We should always continue to fight and keep trying till we meet our goal. Distinguished viewers, our very special guest of honor is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu. He is also the Chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, and he is gracing us with his presence today.
On your screens now are the members of the Supreme Court, the judges of the Supreme Court who are here present. Because whatever is being done here today has legal repercussions, their presence here is very, very, very important.
So we are seeing the arrival of more dignitaries.
You can see members of parliament. You can see the Honorable Sam George, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Muntaka, and a host of their colleagues from the National Democratic
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, arriving now is the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Aban Sumana Kingsford Babin. Shall we please rise to welcome the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament?
And other security agencies who are also present. All is now set for the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament. the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Backpin. Very soon, the entire space
Distinguished
of this
guests,
sphere will be converted
very
to
soon
Parliament.
the entire
for the
space of this
swearing-in of the
sphere
President and
will be
Vice
converted
President-elect.
to Parliament for the swearing in
now
of
is
the
a
President-elect and Vice
In
President-elect.
the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Backbin. He will very soon call this place to order, and this place will be converted to Parliament for the swearing-in of the President and Vice President-elect.
You know, yesterday I learned from the speaker that his name is Sumana. You know, and sometimes we in the media mispronounce the names of people a lot. And I think we must up our game.
Please be seated.
Taking the advice or on how to mention names.
Shortly, we will be joined by the President-elect and Vice President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, and they will be received by the Speaker of Parliament.
You've not met before. It's just...
Indeed, we will all try to get the pronunciations of our names right, but we must also acknowledge that we all come from different backgrounds, different religion and ethnic backgrounds, and this can sometimes affect the pronunciation, but as courtesy demands, it is something that we all must learn to pronounce names from the north, from the east, from the west, regardless. So we have a lot of ecstatic people in the crowds and in the stands, party supporters, family and friends in traditional
Distinguished guests,
regalia,
ladies
some
and
in party
gentlemen,
colors.
we also have in our
Everyone is
midst the
excited
Crown
to be
Prince
present here.
of
We're all
Bahrain,
witnessing the peaceful transition of
Salma
power.
bin Hamad
And
Al
the
Khalifa.
atmosphere here is simply electrifying. There's so much noise in the stadium, and it's all in joy and it's all in celebration of this historic moment in the history of Ghana.
In fact, there is no space to spare at all here at the Blaster Square. Yes, I can see Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Honorable Setekwe. These are all stalwarts of the NDC, and they are here present to witness this historic occasion.
Very shortly, we will be joined by the President-elect and the Vice President-elect, who will be received by the Speaker of Parliament, after which parliamentary proceedings will commence. In our screen, we can see some other arrivals. As mentioned, we have various security agencies supporting the Ghana Police Service to provide security. Some of the duties include crowd and traffic control. There are so many people in attendance this morning, so security personnel are deployed at various locations to ensure the total safety and security of all attendees. This morning, personnel from the Ghana Navy will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. The guard of honor, we shall hear the 21-gun salute. As mentioned earlier, the 21-gun salute is the highest level of honor accorded to any president, head of state, or senior military head. It is a gesture of respect and recognition for a sovereign nation and its leader, such as the president, king, or queen. It is also performed during funerals for high-ranking officers, presidents, or other notable figures. On our screens now is the outgoing president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and his lovely spouse, Madam Rebecca Akufo-Addo, former President John Ajekum Kufuor, the outgoing Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and his lovely spouse, Madam Samira Bawumia.
I can also see on the screen the MP for Adan East, Doyo Gansa, and Kofi Adams. Is he the MP for Gwen? I You don't have. More arrivals on your screens. More arrivals on your screens. And you can see that the Blaster Square here is packed to capacity. Apart from those on the, in the stands, there are people
Dear viewers, we are seeing more arrivals of dignitaries.
I bet a lot of people here
names correctly. Aigbe man is being called upon to mention names of people from Zwanrugu. We have Zwarungu Paramount Chief, Naba Biliya Maltinga Afegara III, with his divisional chiefs of Kaiti, Naba Azangzi Yuri, and the Zangdana, Naba Ayamga, with the secretary to the chiefs, Alhaji Abubakari. We also have Madam Victoria Asingri, an auntie to the nominee, Rose Biringzaya Aine Esquire, son of the nominee. We have Mr. Tony Lita Esquire, partner, Lita Brew and Co., law firm, friends, and Mefa, friends and classmates. We have Miss Charlene Maxwell, businesswoman, a friend to the nominee. We have constituency executives of Orokantanga East constituency, led by the chairman, Mr. Azik Ayalato Azuri. We have a commissioner of police, Patrick Akolgo, senior brother of the nominee. We have lawyers from Ayene and partners, led by lawyer Godwin Aduji Kojo Tamaklo, the nominee's partner in chamber. We have Chief of Bare, Nab Nyakora Manti, and Chief of Dagari, Nab Kangampuya. We also have Suebutu Adam, Chief Director, Attorney General's Office. We have Chief of Kantia. Honorable guests, you are most welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm talking about the guests.
Oh, the guests, thank you.
Yes. Oh, other, the wise man, former member of parliament for Zebila, and a member of the Constituent Assembly, Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Somebody will ask you, what is Constituent Assembly? What is Constituent Assembly? That's the
Well, they want me to say they drafted the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, I welcome the nominee for the position of the Attorney General and Minister responsible for justice. I will now give the floor to the minority leader and the ranking member, whether he has some preliminary observations. Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, thank you for being here. I think I'm hearing from colleagues that they want you to take the oath before we make the comment. If it pleases the chairman, I may want to yield to that. So you take the oath, and then after that.
Please go ahead, make your comment. We'll take the oath and proceed with the questions.
Well,
this is
Chairman, thank you. I note from the letter that, and just help with the proper designation. The undated letter, the on reference letter from the Jubilee House has your name as a third person, Dr. Dominic Akuritinga Ayene, MP, and it says that Minister Designate, Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. I thought, I'm not too clear. Is it supposed to be Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the designation in the Constitution, the Constitution says that there shall be an Attorney General who shall be a Minister of State. And so the correct designation is Attorney General and Minister of Justice, not Minister of Justice. I think that was a mistake.
But in the opening, it says Minister Designate, comma, Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. So I'm asking that the Minister Designate, comma, should it have been Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Honorable members, preliminary comment doesn't take the form of questions to nominee. So I would plead with the Honorable Minority Leader that if his preliminary comment is in the form of a question, then you can hold it. When we get to question time, then you look at the document and pose the question to the nominee. Thank you very much. Apart from the Minority Leader, no member of the committee or a friend to the committee has a right to make a preliminary comment. Can we proceed to swear the witness in?
Chairman, if you don't want it that way, I think I would go by that for you. So it's an observation. Learned Attorney General, I'm sure as your colleagues, we know what you stand for, and we want to assure you that the exercise we will undertake this evening will be done in utmost good faith and with utmost respect to you. Please, your practice has taught you that when you get an adversary, a witness, in the witness box, you do all you can, but it's not to be taken personal. That you're already aware. So I just want you to take your emotions out of the exercise we are going to do and see yourself as a witness in the box that we are cross-examining you. And we as counsel would not mean any ill fate for you. We don't mean any harm, but to do our work and do it well. So I just want you to bear that in mind, even before you take your oath for us to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minority leader will always warn me that we should not take a witness in a box to answer questions by way of vetting or inquiry. As a witness under cross-examination and at the trial, committee clerk, please swear the witness in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I hereby leave you to take the oath.
I, Dominic Akuritenga Ayine,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Minister Designate for Attorney General and Minister for Justice. As usual, we'll start the questions from the subject matter committee members from the minority. Menchia South, Bafo, Honorable Bafo.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You have the floor.
Dr. Ayini, welcome to the committee, and I'd like to congratulate you for your nomination. As for the approval, it's yet to be done, so I'm constrained. We know ourselves from practice, even though you are my senior at the bar. We cross swords in the case of Henry Nana Boakye versus Attorney General, when you were the Deputy Attorney General. And subsequently, we found ourselves in the same aisle in the case of the Republic versus Dr. Kwabena Dufo and 8 others, when you were the initial attorney. So welcome. Doc, of particular concern to me is what I find in the your party's manifesto, which is titled Resetting Ghana 2024. At page 142, you have stated that you will establish the regional tribunals provided under Article 142 of the Constitution and pass a law to reintroduce the community and circuit tribunals, first established under the Courts Act 1993, Act 459, but abolished under the Courts Amendment Act 2002, Act 620. It is of concern to me because we all know what the tribunals did. In fact, the literature which captures the footprints of the tribunals is in abundance. And I have in my hand the African Watch report on human rights. African Watch report, volume 4, issue number 1. This is what it says about the tribunal. Dated 31st of January 1992.
This is what it says of the tribunal, that
the literature that you are quoting, what is the source of it? Who is the
it
writer?
is the report of Human Rights Watch, a human rights organization.
Human Rights Watch.
Yes.
From Human Rights Organization.
Yes, please. I have
Okay,
copies
proceed.
here. I can give the committee copies if my...
Well, I just want to know the source. Have you mentioned the source? Proceed to ask your question.
Okay. So, it was abundantly clear that during one of the problems with the tribunal system was its disregard for human rights, such as refusing accused persons the right to even call witnesses sometimes. By the way, the jurisdiction of the tribunals was criminal jurisdiction. It was also noted for delays. It was also noted for delays. It had no regard whatsoever for the laws of this country, to the extent that as a result of the decisions of tribunals, our mothers were punished through caning.
Honorable member, question.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable member, you are a lawyer.
it is very important.
Honorable member, I am asking a question. You are a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, both of us practice at the bar.
Yes.
And so the question, Mr. Chairman,
So you know very well that the literature that you are reading doesn't take primacy over the constitutional provision relating to the tribunal.
Mr. Chairman, the constitutional provision relating to tribunal, Article 142, has to do with just regional tribunals. It is not related to district and community tribunals. So, Mr. Chairman, I need to give context to my question. So if you allow me, very respectfully, it's in the interest of the public.
Let's proceed and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, so what the tribunal did, we are all aware. Indeed, when you look at the National Reconciliation Report, it captured extensively.
With all due respect, go straight and ask your question. You have laid enough foundation for your question.
Mr. Chairman, I think that if you allow me, the nation will be interested.
You don't argue with the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is not an argument, Mr. Chair. I'm only asking that you indulge me so I lay the right foundation and ask the right
You've been directed by the chair to proceed to ask your question, so do exactly the same.
In fact, in 2002, when the bill to abolish the district and regional tribunals was laid, one of the things that were captured in the Hansard, dated 18th March 2002, was that it was being abolished because of the breaches of human rights and also the cost associated with it. Honorable nominee, the question I want to ask you is that, why do you want to reintroduce something which is associated with the dark past of this country? Why do you want to reintroduce it? What is it that our ordinary courts, regular courts, cannot provide in terms of the criminal jurisdiction of this country that you want to revisit and bring back the tribunals? Why?
Your microphone should be one of. But honorable member, did the nominee said anywhere that he wants to abolish the tribunal system? Because your question is, why are you saying?
No, I'm referring to the NDC's manifesto.
Very well, very well.
I refer to it.
Because what I heard was, why are you saying?
No, you means the NDC.
So you are now saying, why is the NDC having in the manifesto to do ABCD? Then we'll all be clear.
Mr. Chair, unless you want to separate the nominee from from the NDC.
No, he's here as
the nominee is in the belly of the NDC.
If you're asking a question in relation to his party, you said so. Leader asked a lot of questions in relation to the manifesto. He expressly stated that, according to your manifesto, this is what you are saying. But if you said, why are you saying this? Then we are referring to the nominee before us.
Chair, I'm guided. I'm guided, very respectfully.
Nominee, may you provide your answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The honorable member is right that the strategic trust of the President's manifesto, or the NDC's manifesto, which is an expression of intent regarding what we will do, the set of policies, and measures that we will implement when we are in power, is one to reset Ghana. Now, resetting Ghana doesn't mean taking Ghana back to factory settings. It means correcting the things that, in our experience as a nation, we've come to realize that they are deficient and they are not auguring well for our development as a country. Now, talking about the public tribunals, the honorable member will note that in terms of Article 25(1), it is provided that justice emanates from the people and will be administered in their name, in accordance by the judiciary and in accordance with the Constitution. The internal logic or internal morality.
Leonard, with respect, which article were you referring to, please?
Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
May you read it? Yes.
Yes, Chairman, I was trying to...
Honorable nominee, you are asked to read something without a permission coming from the chair. Please.
Very well, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader has opened that particular provision, so I believe he will read it and satisfy himself. Proceed with your answer.
Okay. I believe he wants to lay the context for a question. So, Honorable Minority Leader.
Nominee, please follow the instructions of the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman, I don't know if Honorable Boa wants to usurp your powers. You are in the chair.
Chairman of the committee, if, in case you do not know.
Chairman, when we try to push, we get calls from your own side, we are in this together. I do not want to also get a certain impression that chairman, in an attempt to assert himself, would want to do things to undermine this very process. In all humility, since morning, I keep using the word, I beg you, I beg you. The nominee made reference to a constitutional provision to make a point. And I'm saying that not all of us are lawyers. Not everybody here is a lawyer. And I say, can you read the provisions and explain your point? Then you come and say, yeah, but I am here with him.
Honorable members, the question is coming from Honorable Bafo, and answers are being provided by Honorable Bafo. If Minority Leader wants to ask a supplementary question, at least he should allow the witness to complete the answer, but not to interject to say that read the constitutional provision without even the attention of the chair.
Chairman, with your leave, I pray that the nominee, as he references Article 125, he should read it in full to situate the argument rightly. Thank you so much.
Well, the nominee even quoted the 1251 verbatim, but you may go ahead and read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 1251 of the Constitution, that is clause 1 of the Constitution, says that justice emanates from the people and shall be administered in the name of the Republic by the judiciary, who shall be independent and subject only to this Constitution. I think I paraphrased it very accurately. And I was on the point that the internal logic of the laws, the PNDC laws establishing the public tribunals, was to ensure the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. And that aligns fully with the substantive content of Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution, because it says justice emanates from the people. In the context of Article 125, 1, the judiciary is the organ of state vested with the power to administer justice. And if the honorable nominee who asked the question, the honorable member who asked the question would care to look at Article 142 of the Constitution, which he referenced, all right? In that context, in the peculiar context of Article 142, the judiciary is defined to include the regional tribunals. What he left out is Article 142, I think, Clause 3, who says, and such other courts and tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. All right? So it creates, 142 creates the regional tribunals, which have coordinate criminal jurisdiction with the High Court, all right, in all respects. And then it says that Parliament may by law establish such courts and tribunals, that is inferior courts and tribunals, as it deems fit. Okay. Now, to the question why we want to bring back the public tribunals. We want to go back and align with the internal logic of Article 125, Clause 1, that there must be participation by ordinary people in the administration of justice. If you recall, all the tribunals, district tribunals, circuit tribunals, regional tribunals, had a chairperson or chairman and two who was, mandatorily required to be a lawyer, and two, other persons who were non-lawyers selected from the community. So aside the traditional jury system that allows ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice in a limited fashion, the PNDC, in its wisdom, broadened public participation in the administration of justice through the tribunal system. Now, you referenced a report by Africa Watch. Of course, I am familiar with Africa Watch. If you go back to my CV, you realize that I was executive director of the Center for Public Interest Law, a human rights organization that I founded and ran for 10 good years, that conducted public interest litigation and represented persons whose human rights were being violated. So if you remember the famous case of Sodom and Gomorrah, I was the lawyer for the thousands of displaced persons in Sodom and Gomorrah using the Center for Public Interest Law. And so I'm very much aware of what Africa Watch stands for, right? But look carefully at the report, the date of the report. It will let you know that the empirical evidence for the statements that were being made, if at all, was gathered not from the era of the coming into force of the Constitution, but the era prior to the coming into force of the Constitution. Now, when it comes to our...
With your leave, the document you referred to, was it Africa Watch? Human rights.
No, but he said Africa Watch.
No. Let there be clarity.
What? Yeah.
No. Mr. Bafo, please, let's repeat again the full document you referred to, because we don't want a situation whereby Africa Watch will say that they have not made any publication. What is the name?
Mr. Chair, this is not Africa Watch, the newspaper. It is Africa Watch, a human rights watch group.
Wait. The document is it an organization's report, or you are quoting from a publication?
It's an organization's report.
And what is the name of the organization?
The organization is Africa Watch, Human Rights Watch Group.
Okay, Leonard, then in reference to that, please quote it well. Respect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very much aware of the fact that it's the human rights wing of the Africa Watch, but I was just referring to it in the manner that the honorable member stated. So if you look at the date, okay, my hunch is that the empirical evidence for, a report dated very close to the first quarter of 1992 would have been from the pre-constitutional, era, when the public tribunals were administering revolutionary justice in the context of PNDC Law 1. Now, if you look at PNDC Law 1, there was no human rights chapter. That was the Grundnorm. That was the constitution, the fundamental law of the land at the time. There was no human rights chapter. In resetting Ghana, we will reset it in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. And the 1992 Constitution is very clear, that the sovereign power of Ghana rests in the people of Ghana, in whose name and for whose welfare the powers of government should be exercised in accordance with this Constitution. Governmental powers includes the powers exercised by the judiciary of our land. That includes the public tribunals. I believe that it is not your view, honorable member, that the public tribunals would not or are not part of the judiciary. They are part of the chapter on the judiciary. And so they will be bound by Chapter 5, the human rights provisions, and the entire Constitution, guided by the directive principles of state policy in Chapter 6. And so the proposal in our manifesto is to re-establish the regional tribunals with criminal jurisdiction that is, coordinate jurisdiction with the High Court. And then we will have the circuit tribunals in all the districts, in all the, the regions, and then also the district tribunals that will also dispense justice in the various districts of our country. And I believe that if they are being regulated, and my proposal or my thinking going into this office is that we will enact a Public Tribunals Act that will be comprehensive, and that will, contain restrictions in terms of the conduct, of the affairs of the tribunals and the human rights violations that are, referenced in the Africa Watch Human Rights report will hopefully not occur. Not under my watch as the Attorney General of this Republic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bafo. Before you proceed with your second question, Honorable Mahama Yariga has a follow-up.
Good. Honorable Attorney General nominee, do you intend to establish tribunals that will use caning and lashing of people as one of the punishments. Do you intend?
Mr. Chairman, I do not, and that will not be permitted by the Constitution of the Republic. In fact, that will be inhuman and degrading treatment of our citizens.
Minority Leader also has a follow-up, so you may wait for your second question.
Honorable nominee, have you become aware of the establishment of the ORA?
Honorable Minority Leader, a follow-up question must relate to the preliminary questions or the substantive question asked. But this is completely unrelated to the substantive question asked. So hold it. When it comes to your turn, you can pose these questions. Honorable
Chairman, with respect, please hold your horses. Let me make a point. We are dealing with matters of public tribunal. We are talking about issues that go complementary, okay? As far as possible, from all that you've said. I am trying to appreciate the point you made in response to the question he asked, that would you set up a tribunal which would carry canes to be, chasing people here and there? You responded that no, because it will not be in accordance with law. Correct? In the same spirit, I am asking you that the ORA, that committee, which we've been told is to receive information from the public regarding supposed looting and all that. If you become aware of it, do you think that its establishment is in accordance with the Constitution?
Honorable Minority Leader, I believe the question asked relates substantially to Article 1261B. This oral that you are bringing in is not related to the establishment of the tribunal as stated in the NDC manifesto. So I reiterate the point that you can hold it. When it gets to your turn, you ask a substantive question, but this cannot be accepted as a follow-up question. Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. Honorable Bafo, proceed with your second question.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
So, Minority Leader, I cannot ask a member to proceed with a question, and then you ask that he should hold on. This is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. So, Honorable Bafo, proceed to ask your second question.
Chairman, take it easy.
Would you want to forfeit asking your second question?
Chairman, take it easy. 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 The nominee, in response to a question as to whether there will be an establishment of a tribunal which will carry canes to lash people, responded that that would be unconstitutional. I am premising my follow-up question on the constitutional issue he has raised. You may disagree with me. Chairman, we are being cooperative. Please. If he has become aware of the aura, its mandate is within the ambit of the Constitution because he has raised it. So it is flowing from the very answer he gave on the constitutionality of the functions of a publicly established body, such as a tribunal. So, Chairman, I do not see why we should be locking horns on this matter. But however, if you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress. If you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress.
Honorable members, I insist that the question is unrelated to the question posed to the nominee relating to the establishment of the tribunal as contained in the manifesto of the National Democratic Congress. Honorable Bafo, may you proceed to ask your second question?
Honorable nominee, the question was, what is it that the high courts, regular high courts, are not doing that you need the tribunals to cure? That, honorable nominee, I didn't hear anything. But more importantly, on the question of the promise that you are not going to set up a tribunal that will cane people. Honorable nominee, are you aware that there is the criminal practice and procedure of this country is regulated by statute, and that statute does not include private citizens called ORA, gathering evidence which will be handed over to the Attorney General to prosecute? Are you aware that there's nothing like that in the criminal, in the statutes of this country? Are you aware? Yes or no?
Honorable members, I know the nominee is capable of answering the question. But in our Criminal and Other Offences Act, as well as the Procedure Act, committees are not stated. But, honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I'm sure the honorable member himself well knows that Act 30, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, does not create bodies, organizations, agencies, or entities that are mandated to operationalize criminal procedure. It merely lays out the procedure relating to criminal trials, whether summary trials, trial on indictment, and so on and so forth, and then relating to how you treat evidence in criminal matters. So it does not create bodies. So I would not, to your answer, there is nothing about oral in in Act 30. Now, the question whether oral is legal has been raised, by various people within the media, all right? Oral is the Operation Recover All Loot. If you look at the preamble to the Constitution, it is very, very clear about what are the fundamental values underpinning the Constitution. The value of accountability is one of the preambular commitments in our Constitution. It's a primary value. Oral is supposed to exact accountability from persons either politically exposed or persons holding public office who used or misused their office to loot public resources by way of property, money, and other intangible resources. So oral is constitutional. Oral is legal. In fact, the fact that it is a non-legal body doesn't mean that it is illegal. There's a distinction between non-legality and illegality.
Mr. Chair, please, if I may be allowed a follow-up.
Yes, you have my discretion. Before then, let me hear from Honorable Layerga.
Mr. Chair.
He's coming in on a point of information.
Mr. Chairman, if you open the Constitution to Article 41, Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. Please, everybody, listen to this. Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. 41F says one of the duties of every citizen of this country is to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So if somebody forms a committee to elicit information about instances of looting of public property and waste and resources, is it not to provide an avenue for compliance with this constitutional provision? Is that not what it is?
No, we are.
And how different is this campaign from the campaign that took place recently? See something, say something. If you see looting, say it. If you see stealing, say it.
Mr. Chair, my
Honourable members, reiterate the fact that Honorable Ayerga, you are even not supposed to react. So observe the proceedings in silence. Honorable Ayerga, we are grateful for the point of information.
Okay, Mr.
You want
Chair,
to ask a follow-up question?
before my last main question.
You are permitted to ask the follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, it is very interesting to note that notwithstanding Article 41F, the Criminal Offences and Procedure Act 30, provided or has made provision for investigations, arrest, and prosecution of criminal offenses, and it still doesn't include oral or private individuals acting. But my follow-up is this. My follow-up is this. My follow-up is this.
What you've just said was a preliminary comment, but not a follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, I plead with you to indulge me in the interest of Ghana. Roxanne, you promised to protect.
Please go ahead with your last question.
Okay. So, in the year 2010, the NDC administration under Professor Mills commissioned the Constitution Review Commission that presented its report in the year 2012, for which a white paper was issued in June 2012. Hope you remember. Good. Now, you spoke extensively seeking to justify tribunals, the establishment of tribunals. At page 21 of the report of the Commission of Inquiry, of the white paper, on the report of the Constitution Review Commission at page 21. The white paper stated as follows: maintenance of regional tribunal in court structure. Government accepts the recommendation that regional tribunal be abolished and matters handled by them incorporated into the regular court schedule. Government, however, holds the view that the chairman of the regional tribunal, if any, should be absorbed into the judiciary as high court judges. This is by an NDC government. The question is that when you had previously accepted the commission's report to abolish the commission of inquiry, to abolish tribunals, and now you say you are bringing it back, is it not double speaking? Especially when you have also failed to provide before us what the High Court is not doing that you want to correct with the tribunal. Is it not double speaking without any justification? Dated 2012, yes.
So what is the exact date on the report?
The report...
You are referring to the white paper
I'm referring to the white paper.
The report of the Constitutional Review Commission?
I'm referring to the government white paper stating its position.
Very well.
On the report.
Very well. Honorable nominee, your response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very much aware of the position stated by the honorable member. I was very intimately involved in the work of the Fiajo Constitutional Review Commission, which was headed by my own good friend and former colleague, whose secretary was my own good friend and former colleague, the current dean of the University of Ghana Law School, Professor Raymond Atuguba. I am also keenly aware of the fact that the government white paper accepted to abolish the recommendation of the commission to abolish the regional tribunals. However, an American justice of the Supreme Court, a justice of the Supreme Court of the US, very famous, Oliver Wendell Holmes, he once said that the life of the law has not been logic, but experience. When experience has taught us that there are deficiencies in our justice system. In fact, when the honorable nominee was talking about the honorable member, I'm sorry, I have been here since 9:30, you have to forgive me. When the honorable member was talking about delays, he's a legal practitioner and he knows that the traditional court system is also plagued with a lot of delays. You also know that sometimes they disregard the fundamental human rights of citizens. During the tenure of your own government, Afoko, Gregory, when a court of law ordered that he should be granted bail, you still callously detained him, and he's in detention now. That's a violation of the right of Gregory Afoko to liberty. So these things occur whether you are dealing with the traditional court system or a tribunal system. Okay? The good thing is to have men and women of integrity who will administer the law or administer justice in accordance with law. And that is what we are seeking to do with the re-establishment of the public tribunals. I think that our experience has taught us that the participation of ordinary citizens in the justice system is a good thing. And that is why, having thought about it, we are re-establishing it. But of course, we are governed, as I said, by a constitution, and I believe that there will be limitations to the powers of the tribunal as far as respect for the rights of persons appearing before them is concerned.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafamapo for a supplementary question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Prosaini, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You taught me, and you taught me well, and I'm very happy that you got this nomination. Now, chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and I second chair you, and I know the quality that you put into your work. So you also taught me legal system. So let me clarify this. Are you actually saying that you are going to establish or create these tribunal courts, or you are going to implement the law? Because Article 142, Prof, is very clear in the establishment of tribunals. And it says, Chairman, with your leave, Article 142.1 says, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. Now, the Courts Act, 1993, variously amended in 202 and 203, actually imported Article 142 into the Courts Act and actually added more in terms of the creation of the regional tribunals. So when the impression is created that you are going to create these court systems, I got confused. So I want to find out from you, are you going to rather implement the law, asking that regional tribunals be established, shall be established, or is going to be your creature by policy? Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, he said that the Courts Act.
You don't have the floor.
He says.
You do not have the floor. Even at point of order, I need to give you the floor. Honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I agree with my former student that I taught him well. He's drawn a distinction that I glossed over. The tribunals are actually established by the Constitution under Article 142. Now, the Courts Act was variously amended, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I don't have the amendments here, but I do remember vaguely there was an attempt to delete provisions relating to the tribunals by the VCRAC committee. So if you take the compendium, the green compendium, I think that was where it was done. And the idea was to take them out, in terms of the statutory implementation. So what I would do, if Parliament gives me the nod, is to overhaul the law relating to the public tribunals by bringing a new bill that I will introduce rapidly, because the president has hit the road running, and we, his nominees and his appointees, are his, supplementary wheels. We have to help him, to run as fast as possible. So I will bring a bill that will comprehensively deal with the implementation of the letter in Article 142 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, you want a point of order. Is the point of order relating to the answer or the question being asked?
Mr. Chair, both. It made reference
but
to
an under the rules, you cannot take a point of order on a question being asked.
Mr. Chair, on the answer. On the answer.
Now, tell me what exactly is the answer that you are taking the point of order on.
Mr.
And
Chair,
what is your point of order?
Very respectfully. The Courts Amendment Act of 2002 amended the Courts Act of 1993 to abolish the district and community tribunals. So the only tribunal which remains on our statute book is the regional tribunal, which the government has accepted the Constitutional Review Committee's report to abolish. So that is the only tribunal which is on our statute book.
So how different is that from the answer provided by the nominee, that he doesn't have the Court Act here, but he believes of an attempt to take it off from the Court Act?
So
it's not different.
Mr. Chair, very respectfully, this is a committee of record, so it is important that records are set so
Thank
that
you very
listeners
much.
will know that it doesn't exist anymore.
Then to pose a question is John Dako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you are aware of a company called Cassius Mining. That company obtained a grant of prospecting license from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources sometime in 2016. Actually, 14 days after the Mahama administration had lost power. The company at the time did not comply with the prospecting license. And they had made an application for renewal of the prospecting license. Following that, Honorable nominee, you became the counsel for
Honourable Member,
Cassius Mining.
do you have the evidence that the company did not comply? And in any case, that particular company is not before us. So you know the rules relating to speaking about persons who are not before us and will not have the opportunity to defend themselves. So be guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following that, Mr. Nominee, you became the counsel for Cassius Mining and made demands on the government for renewal of the company's prospecting license. In fact, Mr. Nominee, you as a lawyer for the company, you wrote a letter dated 21st February 2020, attention the Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission. You stated variously, but in particular, clause 4 of your letter to the Chief Executive of Minerals Commission, you stated that the fact that the two shareholders of the company prior convictions cannot vitiate the license, it is not a relevant consideration. You stated, Mr. Nominee, that it is spurious and disingenuous for you to suggest that the minister can, on this basis, refuse to grant the license renewal. But even if we were so, damages will still flow and the government of Ghana will remain liable. Mr. Nominee, it will interest you to know that about 2 weeks ago, this company, Cassius Mining, for which you were once their legal counsel, has filed an arbitration against the government of Ghana, claiming in excess of $440 million United States dollars at the London Center of International Arbitration. The Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana is supposed to defend the Republic against all claims, including one such as this. Now, you were once the lawyer of this company. You believed in their claim against the government of Ghana. Mr. Nominee, are you going to ensure that when the Republic goes to defend this claim, the Republic of Ghana will not be burdened with this $441 million? And I'm saying this because of the appearance of conflict of interest.
I recognize Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Leader, the procedures here will all encourage our first-timers to participate fully in this. Indeed, that is why our side and the side of the minority brought in first-time MPs. But in this committee, you can lay preamble to ask your question, but not to make, endless statements. And I sit here and ask myself, when is the question going to come? So, Chairman, can you direct that it is not against the procedures here to lay a preamble, but that must be brief, then you go to your question. Because I get lost as to whether somebody is making a statement or asking a question.
You see, Chairman, people, Honorable Whip, people sit outside and sometimes they bash the members of the committee. Being outside and having the opportunity to ask the question are two different things. We now have the opportunity, pose a question, but I will allow the nominee to provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. I have been instructed previously by Cassius Mining. I filed pleadings in the High Court in Bolgatanga, together with my junior partner, Mr. Gorin Tamaklo. We litigated, various applications before the courts. I want to put it on record that I'm no longer Cassius Mining's lawyer. However, I'm keenly aware of the fact that the Constitution prohibits a situation where a public officer puts himself in a position where his private interest conflicts with the performance of his public duties. As Attorney General of the Republic, I will be the Republic's lawyer. As the Republic's lawyer, I am supposed to act in the best interest of, in accordance with the best traditions and ethics of the legal profession. I will not, in any manner whatsoever, compromise the interests of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Member, if you care to know, and I'm sure you are very well aware, that I was Deputy Attorney General under the former Attorney General, Honorable Marietta Brew. And for 4 years, we handled that ministry in such a way that the US government described the Attorney General's office as a corruption-free zone. We handled the ministry in such a way.
You are not supposed to take part in the proceedings. So remain silent and observe the proceedings. You are only here to observe.
So, Mr. Chairman, when we were in office, you can go back and check the records. There was no single incident except the Wyoming matter that came before we assumed office. There was no single incident of questionable judgment that's arising out of or in connection with the performance of the obligations of the Republic in any contract or legal transaction. So I can assure the House that I will take measures if they are before the London Court of International Arbitration. I'm quite familiar with that tribunal. I've appeared before that tribunal several times, and I can assure you that I will put in the measures that will ensure that the interest of the Republic is not compromised.
Thank you very much.
To follow up, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, do you believe in the propriety of their case against the Republic?
With all due respect, I believe you have indicated the matter is before the court. Is that not so?
Mr. Chair, I think
and he is no longer the lawyer for the company. So in vetting the nominee, you cannot be soliciting for his opinion on that particular matter. So ask another question.
Okay, no. never said I don't have any.
Please, have you finished asking the question?
No, since you didn't allow him to answer that question, I'll move on to another one.
Well, I have the right, if I feel the question is soliciting the opinion of the nominee, I can overrule you.
Even if he can answer, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
The question is overruled. If you are done, let me give the opportunity to another person.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe you are done. I will then give the opportunity to Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not
Honorable
done.
Shaibu, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not done.
Chairman, with all due respect, please allow him to conclude. Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your understanding. Mr. Nominee, your firm is on record as having acted for a number of companies which have gone on to make huge claims against the government. In some of these cases, the companies were formed between the year 2013 to 2017. Your firm was the law firm which acted as lawyers for the firm, for the firm. At the same time, you were the Deputy Attorney General. After you left office, the companies proceeded to go on international arbitration against the Republic, claiming millions of dollars. We have an example in GPGC, which was the claimant in the Trafigura arbitration case. Mr. Nominee, your law firm's address, Ayeni Feli & Co., is
Honorable John Darko, the nominee told the whole world that he is mindful of the conflict of interest situation. When he was a Deputy Attorney General, nothing of that nature happened. He is now before us to be vetted for the position of the substantive Attorney General. Why do you keep on asking questions relating to his law firm?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important. The honorable nominee, which I know very well, is going to be the chief enforcer of our laws. And so, Mr. Chairman, and he's capable, I know him very capable of answering any question posed to him.
It is
So
not
if
the
he is going to-
capability.
Mr. Chairman.
It's not the capability of answering the question, but we need to be guided by the rules. You know, the law firm Ayine and Associates is different from Honorable Dr. Akuditinga Ayine.
Yes. Yes.
So-
But it doesn't mean that he cannot answer. When there is a semblance of conflict of interest, I think that it will be in his own interest to answer that question, to clear the minds of all of us.
Honorable members, do you have any further question?
Mr. Chairman,
I ask the nominee not to answer such a question. I will now give the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I think you are being unfair to me. Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you believe that, for instance, this question.
Did you say I'm being unfair to you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Why do you say so?
Because, Mr. Chairman, you are not allowing me to ask the questions I'm supposed to ask.
But I have the right to overrule you.
We represent.
We are guided by rules.
And the people need
But
to
we are
know.
guided by rules.
The people must hear.
Are you aware we are guided by rules?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but I don't.
You cannot even ask incriminating questions.
I don't think at this point I have violated any rules of this house, Mr. Chairman. I haven't.
Why lies the question of conflict of interest when the nominee has already provided the answer?
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable John Darko, you are out of order. I give the floor to Ahmed Shaibu.
Order, Chairman.
I give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Shaibu.
Chairman, order. Chairman, I want to intervene.
We have Ahmed Shaibu and Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, colleagues.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Chairman, before I go into colleagues, please let's resolve matters. Chairman, I am making this point. If you check our rules book, you have the chairman of the committee, and you have the vice chair, and you have the ranking, and you have deputy ranking. In principle, what our standing orders is trying to say is that there is a presumption of a co-chairing of this exercise. Otherwise, if you will never, you would always want to have your say, but you don't want others to speak. That is your problem, NDC. That is your problem. Yes, we don't. Okay, if that is what you want to do, you're right. No problem. You will listen to me, Chairman. You can't say out of. You can say you've said that to my members. If you now want to extend it to mean that I'm out of order and all that, let's have it. Can the vice chair leave?
If the standing orders has.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish, my respected vice chair? Can I finish? Chairman, we are here. We are here to work as a team. The rule talks about the chair and vice chair. If this committee is to deal with a sole chair without anybody to work to express a view, it would have limited it to chairman and vice chair and nothing else. In Parliament, whenever there is a chair, there is a ranking. It is not to checkmate, but to work together and to express views of the House. When we try to put issues across, we have some of your senior colleagues who reach out quietly to say, oh, please, you are going too much. We listen to them. We want to work together. But Chairman, with the greatest respect, I have observed consistently the way you go at my members, especially the young ones, the new ones. It's not the right way. I've been quiet watching, and I will just be pinching you, the chairman. Please, you take it easy. Take it easy. But the way it is going, I think it is not too right. To the extent that, as your co-chair, and I want to state this on record, well, the standing, don't worry. If you give it a purposive interpretation, it will lead you to that conclusion. Please, let's understand each other. This vetting should have taken place tomorrow, all three of them. We mean well, and I want to state that on record. We mean well as a minority. We cooperated to have days, 21 days or 15 days notice to be waived so that you can form your government as quickly as possible. I am pleading with you, Chairman. Chairman, I am pleading with you. I do not. Can I finish? No, I'm not done. I want to be Honorable Mahama Yerga. I need to be done. I would have to be done. I do not like this situation whereby your side is still behaving as though you are in the minority. You are not in the minority. You are now in government. Please, we mean well. It is the reason why we are here. Stop the approach you are adopting. I am pleading with you. I am humbly pleading with you, Chairman. We plead with you. The approach will not help all of us.
You see, honorable members, I will give the floor to...
Chairman, he did not finish. Please. No. Chairman. Chairman. No, he didn't finish. No. He had called somebody. Chairman, all my plea is... Chairman, I beg you, allow him. Chairman, please. Chairman, please.
You see, honorable members, we don't sit here to gag any member, but we rather give you directions. The fact that we are guiding and giving you directions as an honorable member of parliament, you should take a cue and proceed. If I want to apply the rules strictly, as the former First Deputy Speaker have been doing, what happened today, we may not be experiencing some of those things. According to him, you are asked to ask a question, you ask the question, but we have allowed you to run commentaries, sometimes to read write-ups before asking the question. So I would urge all of you, particularly the new members, to take guidance from the chair. We are here to guide you. We are to guide you. So if you still have one more question, you may proceed to ask the question. I'll give you the floor after that. Hold on with your question. Let me give the floor to Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Chairman, you see, nothing happening today.
Please, let's have order. Order.
Chairman, what the minority leader said about NDC being intolerant or they have been more cooperative is totally untrue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we've had situation when the president nominated people on Friday, and we came here on Saturday to vet the people. No advertisement or anything. So what is the minority leader talking about? That they have been more cooperative than us? That is not true. What we are saying is that, yes, indeed, we've had first-timers in the House, indeed, in the chamber. We've seen first-timers from both sides walking across the maze because they were not yet gone through orientation. So when, unfortunately, they haven't gone through full orientation, they come to committee, and instead of asking questions, coming to read statement, it is appropriate we put them right. That should not be a situation anybody could interpret to mean that somebody is being gagged. And let it be known, as an appointment committee, we never allow friends or non-members to ask questions. It's because we wanted to carry everybody along that we give them the opportunity. So, Chairman, I would encourage you once again, stick to the rules. When you give an opportunity to somebody to ask question, let that person ask the question, and let's move on. This endless rhetoric of trying to quote things and never relate it will not help anybody. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let's make progress, but let everybody who gets opportunity ask the question and let answer the question. Chairman, I also noticed, anyway, you go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Namomo Latte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. I am very much concerned about what is happening here. And in as much as we don't want it to look like newcomers are being gagged, I think that parliamentary practice and procedures transcends the presence of this parliament. If we want to do it, we have to do it right, because you'll be going out there meeting other parliaments. So in the name of supporting first-timers or newcomers, all of us are still learning. But if we refuse to learn the right way, we will go out there and embarrass not just ourselves, but the Parliament of Ghana. So I'll plead with us, in as much as we want everybody to have the freedom to express himself or herself, let us do it within the laws, so that when we go out there, we'll have the confidence to operate. Leadership will not be there all the time to protect us. Even leader might not be on the floor of parliament every time we have to rise and talk. So if we don't learn it the right way, we are the ones who are going to suffer. So I'll plead with you. Let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been patient. Sometimes you get up and put on the microphone without being given the floor. We've been tolerant. It doesn't happen anywhere that you get up and then you put on the microphone. Somebody is asking a question. Then you said, point of order. How do you take point of order on a question being asked? Well, we said we have one question more. May you proceed to ask the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to believe that everything is being done from a good place.
Can you proceed with your question? Can you proceed with your question?
Yes, leader, thank you. So, Honorable Nominee, my question is, have you filed your asset declaration?
He's asking whether you have filed for asset declaration.
Yes, I have. I'm always compliant with asset declaration. I mean, the filing of asset declaration. I've done that. Not for 2025, but for the last parliament, I filed my asset declaration.
Which is 2020, ending 2024?
Yes.
Okay. But I don't think the committee has a copy